What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the NCAA baseball tournament bracket was revealed yesterday. We'll talk about Texas's path to another trip to the College World Series. Longhorn softball is headed back to the Women's College World Series. We'll recap an epic weekend for Mike White and company and preview what's in store in Oklahoma City later this week for Texas softball. We've got SEC meetings going on in Destin this week. Are there big changes coming to Texas football and college football as a whole? It's a big week for the future of the sports. We will recap all of the action from the sports weekend, including a few days of NBA and NHL playoff action. We've got the latest from the New Orleans prison break story. We've got a big airline making a big change. Oh, yeah, you didn't think we'd not have an airline story after a long weekend, did you? We've got a lot to get to, sports and fun between now and 9 o'clock. Hope everyone had a great holiday weekend. How are you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. It was a long night, to say the least. Lots of thunder, lots of lightning. I guess enough rain. Hopefully folks that needed to have the rain got enough last night. And I think there's more later on this week. I think today, if you're not east, you may escape some of it. But last night, man, early this morning, it really never stopped until almost when I got up, the lightning and the thunder, and shook the house and kept me up a little bit last night. Between that and the dog kind of not being restless in the bed, it was a long night. And that thunder and lightning, it just lit up my room. So my wife went earplugs last night.
Good move.
Didn't hear a thing. She's just getting up. Before you and I had our little conversation before, she was just getting up, and that's not like her. But once she puts the earplugs in, she can't hear anyway. But once she puts those in, she can't even hear that thunder. She can't hear that. It's shaking the house, and with the plugs in, she doesn't hear a thing. So,
those plugs work. Good for her.
Well, she doesn't need them, because our biggest conversation always is when I say something, she goes, "What? What? Everything is what?" I talk in a radio voice to her. She goes, "You got such a big mouth. Why don't you just open up that mouth so I can hear you?" I go, I talk in a radio voice, and she goes, "Well, I can't hear." I try to talk to her from the top of the steps when she's in her little office space.
Sure.
She gets so pissed. And people that have hard, hearing impaired, they get so frustrated at people who they've told since they've known them for 10 years, "I can't hear you. Come in where I am and talk to me." But I start my conversation at the top of the steps, and it's like I have to lie sometimes. I have to say, "Oh, I'm talking to the dog." She goes, "No, you're trying to talk to me, and you're trying to hold a conversation walking down. I don't hear a thing."
Oh.
And it's annoying. I don't know if you've ever been around somebody that's hearing impaired.
Sure.
I've never been around anybody like that except for my wife.
Yeah.
And one of my golfing buddies, Steve, is like that. He's kind of hearing impaired. He wears hearing aids, but I cuss at him so he can read my lips when I'm saying stuff to him.
Yeah, and you're yelling at him. So
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He can't miss it.
He can't miss that at all.
Sounds like you need the earplugs. Your wife's sleeping through the night. You're waking up a bunch of times. It sounds like you need to give those a try.
I can't do it. I can't sleep with earplugs in.
Ugh.
I can't have it. I got to know what's going on around me. That's my head on a swivel. Be aware who's in the house, what's coming through the door, who's getting ready to be shot. That's me. I can't. I've never slept. I've never gone a minute with earplugs in. I can't. There's something about my mind doesn't rest if I I would never sleep. Do you think can you sleep with earplugs in?
Yeah, I don't need them often. I also struggled going to sleep last night. I couldn't remember the last time a storm has kept me up, but the storm kept me up. It was loud and it was bright in my room, and everybody was dealing with it, I think, around the area.
Yeah, there's no doubt. My best sleeping comes, when I go back to Pennsylvania and I have a hotel room, that's okay. But my best sleeping is when I'm down the coast, when I can hear the palm trees and stuff at night. I sleep for hours there. I can sleep on the porch, in the sun, on the beach, if I hear the ocean and the palm trees, it just knocks me out. Same thing on a plane. That's why I said when I get on a plane, it doesn't matter. I'm going to sleep.
Hey, they've got apps for that. You could play some
Oh yeah.
ocean-style sounds when you're going to bed here at home if you want.
I've never tried that before.
Yeah,
I've really never tried that before. I really should do the palm tree deal.
that works.
I'm gonna give that some thought. But for me, I only need 4 hours. I'm a 4-hour guy, and I'll be good. It's just I can't have like 2, and getting up and peeing. That's that old man thing. But I've been that guy for a long time with my bladder. So if I roll to one side, it's like okay, let's empty it. I don't know why it's got stuff in it,
Yeah,
but I was outside. I peed outside last night twice with the
there you
dog.
go. In the
Kind of cool.
rain?
Oh, it's kind of cool on the back porch. It's always good. Any
Yeah.
guy likes to pee off his back porch.
Any guy likes to pee outside. That's the best part of being a guy.
I know.
The nature is our bathroom.
I know that's awful though. That is weird. It's like
No, it's
I'm
awesome.
thinking,
What's awful is what the people in Louisiana do, where they go pee
oh,
on the floor inside. We at least take it outside where it's supposed to be done, you know?
they are a filthy bunch. They really, really are. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much. And to those that gave their lives this Memorial Weekend, to those I generally, and it's the first time in a long time that I didn't go plant a small little American flag at a cemetery up on 620. I used to go every year. This is one of the first times I've missed on Memorial Day not going over and putting a flag at a grave site. So I'm
Mm.
sorry about that. I missed it. Didn't mean to miss it, but just didn't come to mind quick enough to grab one of those small flags. So to those and their families, thank you for your sacrifice and to be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. Well said. Hope everyone had a great holiday weekend. But yeah, hope everyone spent at least a little time thinking about those who paid the ultimate price for our great nation. And say it all the time, we're the land of the free because of the brave, and those brave
Absolutely.
men and women who lost their lives defending our freedoms back home. Can't thank them enough. And yeah, always pray for their families and their friends and their brothers who are battling alongside them. It's a tough day for a lot of them. So
Absolutely is.
thanks to all of those folks, and of course thanks to all of our active military and veterans as well. All right, a lot of sports to dive into from a busy sports weekend. We'll start with some Texas baseball. The NCAA baseball tournament bracket was unveiled yesterday. The Longhorns, the number 2 overall seed, behind only Vanderbilt. Texas could have been number 1, but Vandy gets the spot. Vandy won the SEC tournament championship over the weekend. Texas, of course, won the SEC regular season title. The teams had the same number of wins. Texas actually had 4 fewer losses than Vanderbilt did this season. There are a couple of numbers. Vanderbilt was number 1 in the country in RPI. They had a tougher strength of schedule than Texas did. You wonder if the Longhorns won a game, maybe 2 games in Hoover last week and into the weekend. Maybe Texas would have been the number 1 overall seed. Instead, they're number 2.
Yeah, I think we all thought that they'd be at least number 2.
Yeah, you felt like at worst they would have been number 3 with all they had done
Right.
in the regular season. And then Arkansas bowed out pretty early in the SEC tournament too. They actually lost their first conference tournament game. So that was the other team that you're thinking, all right, if they have a great SEC tournament showing, maybe they'll also jump Texas, but they lost the same round of the tourney that Texas did. So they stay behind the Horns. And I don't think it really matters at all. The big thing was you wanted to be a top 8 national seed. We've known forever that Texas was going to be one of those. And funny enough, there's been a bit of a curse associated with the number 1 overall seed in men's college baseball. There's only been 2 number 1 seeds that have won it all in the last 20 years. So that hasn't always been a favorable spot for certain teams. So maybe a little blessing in disguise that
Yeah.
Texas didn't get the nod there. But yeah, I don't think there's much controversy. I don't think too many Texas fans have much of a problem with it. The good news is they'll host a regional. And if they win the Austin regional this coming weekend, they will host a super regional. So the road to Omaha goes through Austin, Texas. And Buck, the Longhorns have been dominant at the dish all season long with a record of 26-5. That's good news that they won't have to go on the road anymore this season.
Well, it's good that they've had a couple of days of rest too, which is nice.
Yeah.
It's been a long season. It's been a long, kind of stressful season for this team. And now that you get a couple extra days, I think this is good for them.
Yeah, it'll end up being 8 days between games. So Texas lost to Tennessee in the SEC tournament on Thursday, and they will open up NCAA tournament play on Friday at 1 o'clock. Get ready, Texas fans. If you want to be at the dish, make sure you're doing what you need to do to get there. If you want to watch the game, make sure you're doing what you need to do to be able to watch. Hell, nobody works on Friday in this town anyways.
No, are you kidding me?
What am I talking about?
Well, at least once noon hits, they're done.
Yeah, the game's at 1, so they'll definitely be done by Friday. Of course, the regional format's a double elimination format. So if Texas beats Houston Christian, their opener on Friday, they will play late on Saturday night against the winner of UTSA and Kansas State. Those are the 3 other teams in the Austin regional.
Now, who did they play during the regular season? They played the Baptist.
So they played 2 of these 3 teams in the regular year. Texas run-ruled Houston Christian back in April. They beat them 12-2, so that's the team they'll open up the tournament against. They've got some good history there. But the 2 seed in this regional is the aforementioned UTSA Roadrunners. Texas lost a midweek game. That's one of their 5 home losses this year.
Okay.
It was an 8-7, 12-inning affair that lasted 5 hours.
I like this. I like the way this works out.
Yeah, so, that was back in mid-March. It's been a long time since those teams played, but Texas not as good of recent history against the Roadrunners, but they do have experience with 2 of these 3 teams. Obviously, Kansas State coming out of the Big 12. Texas didn't play them this year, but they played them, last year and pretty much every year before that. So, they've got a past with all 3 of these teams that'll be at the dish this weekend. I like the draw.
I do. I like the draw a lot.
I like the draw, and you get potentially a chance at some revenge against the Roadrunners. Again, we'll see what happens. Just take care of business first Friday at 1 o'clock. Maybe you don't see UTSA because maybe Kansas State beats them in that 2-3 game. But, those are the 3 teams that Texas will play. We've got some sound from Jim Schlossnagle, the head coach of the Texas baseball team. He was on the ESPN selection show yesterday. They released the brackets, and they interviewed a bunch of different coaches from around the country. They spent a couple of minutes talking it up with Jim Schlossnagle. We've got a few cuts from the coach here. We'll start with Schloss being asked about getting the number 2 overall seed in his first year as head coach. And I want to get your thoughts on this, Buck. I'm going to set this up first. Texas A&M did not hear their name called yesterday. Remember, they were the preseason number 1 team in the sports, and they missed the tournament altogether. They weren't even first 4 out. Like, they weren't even on the bubble by the time the year was over.
Yeah, they had to win. They had to win the championship.
Yeah, they did. And they won a couple of games in Hoover, but they didn't get nearly close enough, I think, to really be in the discussion. So you tell me, I'm going to start this cut and then we'll pause it. You tell me if Jim Schlossnagle was taking a little shot at his former place of employment at the start of this cut.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate all you guys do. This is Christmas Day for everybody, or at least everybody in the field. So
this is Christmas Day for everybody. Well, at least everybody in the field.
Yeah, I don't know.
Little knife twist to the axe?
Maybe.
He's right. Like, it's not Christmas Day if you didn't make it. But you think maybe, all the trash talk he's heard from A&M fans and all the talk that, Schloss is no good and Early's better and we're happy we've got him.
Well, that was a nice dig. That wasn't, he could have given it pretty good.
Oh, for sure.
That's just a by the way.
Yeah. I wonder, because there's a bunch of teams that didn't make the tournament, right? Only 64 out of hundreds get in. So he didn't explicitly call out A&M there, but I do wonder if there was a little bit of, hey, Aggies, we know you're probably watching this. I'm in. You see the logo I've got on my chest right now. How are you guys doing this year? Where are y'all going to be playing this weekend?
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but maybe it's wishful thinking for me. Anyways, here's the rest of that cut. Schloss talking about Texas getting a number 2 seed.
Super proud of our team. If you'd have told me before the season that we're going to win the SEC regular season and be a national seed, I certainly would have signed up for that. But then if you also would have told me we were going to lose our number one pitcher and for the year and our best player for a month and a half, I'm sure it would have been an interesting ride. So just really proud of the way this older group, especially the Galvan, Schussler, Flores, Ballou, Harrison, Grubbs, all those guys have kind of held this thing together, and our coaching staff has done a great job. And so now the real season starts.
Yeah, I mean, he and his coaching staff are keeping it together. I mean, he's got some talented older players. It's a good mixture. So it worked out really, really well for him. I mean, this thing could have gone anywhere after what happened to their starting pitcher. So that's a pretty good deal for them to be where they are. Number two, that's a great first year.
Yeah, winning the SEC. I mean, the SEC got 13 teams in the field of 64. That is the most by any conference ever.
How many spots do they have? 10 spots, 9 spots?
They've got 6 of the top 8, and 8 of the 16 regional hosts are all SEC teams. Man. So if anyone says, it was a down year for the league, or, Texas had an easy schedule, yeah, pish posh. This is the best year any conference in college baseball history has ever had. And in year one of the Jim Schlossnagle era, Texas was able to win it by 2 games.
Tough conference. Yeah.
13 teams in. The previous record was 11, also set by the SEC. So, hey, Texas and Oklahoma, they both get added to the league. They both make the field. So you're welcome, Southeastern Conference, for helping y'all break that record. The only 3 SEC teams that did not get in, Missouri, Mississippi State, and the Ags of Texas A&M.
That does have to hurt them.
I know you hate
Mississippi State. Wow.
And Mizzou, dude. And Mizzou only won 3 games in league play this year, and that was their sweep of the Aggies. That kept A&M out of the tournament.
Yes.
Are
That's
you
the
okay?
one that kept them out. You're absolutely right. When they lost that series, that was it for them.
Are you okay as a closet Aggie fan? Are you okay this morning?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I thought they were going to have to at least be in the championship game in order to slide in there, but didn't happen. I'm not disappointed, but I like them playing pretty well at times, but not this time. Not this time.
Well, I think it was great because they were playing pretty well going into that series here in Austin. Remember?
Right. Yes.
That was when they had found a little bit of a groove, and it's like, all right, well, they got off to this terrible start, but they figured it out, and they've got some momentum coming into the dish. And Texas swept them. All 3 of those games were 1-run victories to throw some more salt in the wound, and then A&M started going downhill even more after that. So pretty glorious there. It's the first time Texas has hosted a regional since 2022, the 30th time in school history that a regional will be played here in the ATX. That's the second most all time to Florida State. The Longhorns making their 64th NCAA tournament appearance. That is the most of any team ever.
Well, the team that looks really good right now is the defending champs. They look like they're playing pretty good right now.
Who's that? Tennessee?
Tennessee, yeah.
Well, after they beat Texas, they got run-ruled by Vanderbilt on Saturday. So I don't know what to make of Tennessee. I think they're good. They're super talented, and they've got a shot to get back to the College World Series. Yeah. But I was thinking the same thing. After they beat Texas, it's like, all right, this team's played really well right now. They're getting hot at the right time. And then they lost 10-0 to Vanderbilt.
Vandy?
And Vandy was dominant in the SEC.
Their head coach has won a couple championships, has he not?
Yeah, Tim Corbett has. I think he does have 2 national titles to his name. That's become a baseball school over the years. And Texas did not play Vandy. Obviously, if Texas beat Tennessee, they would have seen Vandy in the SEC tourney semifinal, but they didn't beat Tennessee, so that didn't happen. They didn't play Vandy in the regular year. And now they're on opposite sides of the bracket. So the only way, Texas and Vanderbilt can meet is in the College World Series, and I think in the College World Series final. So, look, I'd love to play Vanderbilt this year because that means Texas is in Omaha and they're playing for a national championship. But, Vandy, they only gave up 3 total runs in 3 SEC tournament games that they played. And they obviously won all of them because they won the tourney champ. So
I think the only other game I saw outside of the SEC play was North Carolina. They're pretty good.
Yeah, Carolina, they beat the brakes off of Clemson that was probably the game you were watching during the day on Sunday, the ACC tournament final. Yeah, Carolina's a top 8 national seed. Again, 6 of the 8 are SEC teams, but I think Carolina and Oregon State are the other ones. I got to double
Maybe
check
Oregon.
that.
Is it Oregon?
It's not Oregon. No. And Oregon fans are pissed because they beat Oregon State 4 times this year. And Oregon State is ranked ahead of them. So I know
Wow.
Oregon fans are ticked off about that.
Yeah, their first year in the Big Ten, Oregon and who else? UCLA?
Yeah, so UCLA is the 15 seed. So winner of the Austin Regional and the winner of the Los Angeles Regional will meet in the regionals. So if Texas gets through their 3 opponents this weekend, they will play either UCLA, Arizona State, UC Irvine, or Fresno State. Those are the 4 teams in order in that Los Angeles Regional. So again, if Texas wins, we know for sure that those games will be Austin. That'll be the best 2 of 3 super regional format that would take place next weekend. But yeah, it'll be one of those 4. So potential postseason matchup with Arizona State again. Obviously, Texas saw them in football. You could see them in baseball. They're
absolutely
out in that regional. More sound from Schloss here from his on-camera on ESPN interview yesterday. He was asked about the hitting philosophy of his team and also some of the recent struggles for Texas at the plate. Here's Schloss talking a little bit about that, and he quotes your friend, Teddy Williams, here at the start of this.
Science of hitting, Ted Williams, page 1, sentence 1, I think, is get a good pitch to hit. And whether that's on the first pitch or the 8th pitch, it doesn't matter how good your swing is if you don't swing it the right pitch. So people think we try to draw walks. We actually have never talked about drawing a walk. It's just about not being in a hurry to hit. You can still swing at the first pitch, but when you do swing, you want to do damage. You want to hit the ball hard. And so that comes down to the strength and the talent of the players. And you also have to have a little bit of a patience for strikeouts. Now we've struck out a lot lately, 18 times the other day against Tennessee's great pitching staff. So when you're in 2 strike counts, you're going to strike out some, but not all strikeouts are equal. So, I think if we can get the right players and the right system, strong enough and still run bases the way we want to run bases, we can be an offense that puts pressure on you in a lot of different ways. But this offense in particular, I still think its best days are ahead of it. If we can Max Ballou getting more at bats, if we can get Jonah Williams back in the lineup, he brings a lot to our team. We can maybe be a better offensive team here at the end than we have been in the last month.
I think everything is working out fine. The extra days it's just the mental grind. You get the couple days off. I think you get your hitting back. You get some of the things that just by relaxing, just getting away from it and watching somebody else play for a couple of days instead of you having to get ready and be prepared and have a game plan all made. This is a great opportunity for the players to get some rest and come back fresh.
Yeah, it's been a long season. And,
yes, it has.
I'm with you, man. I think the rest will help Texas. We got a few more days to get things ready to go. And again, I think it's a benefit that they've already played 2 of the 3 teams that will be in Austin this weekend because they've already scouted them, right? Like they know about both of those clubs. So that should help. Texas opens things up on Friday against Houston Christian, a team that they run-ruled earlier this season. Look, hopefully the Longhorns can take care of business there and move on to the winner's bracket of this regional and get off to a great start. But I like Schloss. Look, he's open. Like, he knows the strikeout numbers. He mentioned the strikeout numbers in that tournament loss to Tennessee. It's too many. And he wants to get that cleaned up, but he's confident. He says he feels like his offense's best days are ahead of them. Hopefully Max Ballou gets a little bit healthier with this time off. Jonah Williams, who missed the SEC tournament game, still dealing with some nagging injuries. Hopefully the few extra days allows him to get fully healthy, and Texas has its full complement of bats. Obviously, Jared Spencer is not coming back. We know that, but this Texas offense is as healthy as you could possibly be at this stage in the season. So hopefully they spent some time in the cages. They spent some time with Tulo, and they're able to find a way to put some of those strikeout woes behind them and get some more competitive at-bats out there.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be a really nice weekend ahead of us, too. It's temperatures, we don't have these ridiculous temperatures that we've had early or late in the spring, early in the summer. And we should be in the high 80s in the weekend, not crazy weather. So this will be a good thing. And I got to believe it's going to be a packed house. And I would say if you need to get tickets, whether it's Syntex tickets or whatever, you better get them early because they're going to be gone in a hurry, aren't they?
I don't know when they officially go on sale. I don't know if they have officially gone on sale just yet. So
Yeah, I mean, if they would have been gone on sale, he'd be gone by now, I would think.
I would think. Yeah, I mean it's going to be a sellout, even though it's during the work day,
Yeah, really.
Friday at 1
Forget about
o'clock.
that.
That'll be a sellout, and then Saturday. Texas will play on Saturday either way. If they lose, they'll play during the day on Saturday. If they win, it'll be, I think, 8 o'clock Saturday night. So I don't know why it's that late. That's stupid. I guess it's TV. That's the answer
What do
to
they
that
think?
question.
Softball?
Yeah, I think that's the answer. Is same thing with softball. They're doing it so they could put it on a major TV network. But if Texas wins, yeah, they'll play Saturday night. Doesn't matter that it's kind of late. It'll still be a sellout. And then
Sure.
hopefully Texas is 2-0 and they play Sunday night, and it should be another raucous crowd. So, yeah, I'm not worried about the crowds, even with the kind of peculiar game times. Hopefully the rain stays away. Buck, you are the TSU weatherer.
Yes, and my weathering prediction of Monday was good.
It was good. Yes.
Um,
You're saying no rain this coming weekend?
I don't think so. I think we'll be done by we're going to still get something Wednesday, Thursday, maybe. But I
Okay.
think by the weekend we should be done.
All right. That works.
And there was no major. I don't think we had any major flooding yesterday. Generally, this is the time of the year where Shoal Creek is everybody's underwater. But I think we escaped all of that stuff. It was sounded like it was out near Fredericksburg, out that way.
Yeah.
And but there was some indication of tornadoes too.
Yeah, watching the playoff games last night, you were getting those. I was getting those weather alerts. Watch out for tornadoes in certain counties, Blanco, and I think certain part of Hayes County, and hopefully everyone's okay. But somebody got flooded yesterday, I would think. Certain how loud.
Yeah, somebody had to get it because as dry as we were, just a little bit of rain was going to flood some places. But I don't think it got down there 12th and Lamar. You're never too far from 12th and Lamar down in that. I don't think we had one of those Memorial weekends.
No, it didn't get to that level. Patrick, thank you very much. A couple of y'all have commented this. Tickets for season ticket holders drop today, but regular people, I like that, regular people who don't own Texas season tickets or who didn't own Texas season tickets will have access to them starting on Wednesday. So, again, centextickets.com will have them as the week progresses. If you want to head over there, if you want to be at the dish for the Austin Regional. Again, the first regional for Texas here in Austin since 2022. The Horns hosting for the 30th time. That is the second most in college baseball history. One more bit of sound from Jim Schlossnagle before we shift gears here. Look, Texas has had a bad month of May. I mean, they were red hot in March. They were red hot in April. It's how they rose all the way up to the number one ranking. The month of May has not been very kind. You had the Arkansas series. You had the Florida series. Of course, Texas bounced back by taking 2 of 3 in Norman to wrap up the regular season, but then they lost their first game of the conference tournament. So Schloss was asked about, the quick rise and then the struggles down the stretch. How do you put the month of May behind you and focus on the tournament?
We haven't been the most explosive offensive team, but we have thrown strikes and we've had played defense. And so it's kind of a throwback style pitching defense, get that timely hit. How do we get back to that? Or when, we have to just play more sound baseball. And I do believe we can be a better offensive team to where maybe instead of scoring 5 or 6 runs and trying to hold the other team to 2 or 3, maybe we get in that 7, 8, 9 run mark. If we can run into a few balls and get the right guys in the lineup. So these guys have played to a standard, not a scoreboard the whole year, and kept their head down. And we knew those times were coming. No one walks through this league, at least any team I've ever seen, without getting bruised up. And I think everything in life happens for you, not to you. And so those times made us better.
Yeah, I mean, I think his philosophy is that he understands the game of baseball, that you're not going to have perfection during the course of the year. And there's going to be a time when you hit a slump. And that means a slump in everything, whether it's your pitching, your hitting, your defense, some of that stuff happens. It seems they've all hit at just the right time for them. And they had such a nice lead, it still worked out for them. And now they get a little bit of rest and they can refresh themselves a little bit and come back to the way they played, midway during the season. If you can get even that part of your game going, it should be pretty daggum good.
Yeah.
Midway, they were pretty doggone good. They were winning series and hitting the ball well. and not striking out. So this is a good respite for them. It really is. So we'll just see how it works out. I like when they're aggressive at the bat. I don't like them when they're taking a bunch of pitches, like you said. Well, if the first pitch is a strike down the guts and you're trying to see if you can find a way to get a walk and get on base, screw that. Get up there swinging. Let's go.
Yeah, well, Texas, they played great at home this year. Think about some of the teams they beat at the Dish. I mean, they took 2 of 3 from LSU. That's a top 8 national seed. They swept Georgia. That's a top 8 national seed. They swept Auburn. That's a top 8 national seed. And we talked about sweeping A&M. It's still scrolling.
They're not on there anyway.
No, that's not a top 64 team, it appears.
Wow.
Actually. But they did beat some really good teams
They
at
are
home.
65.
No, they're not even that. They showed the first 4 out, and A&M wasn't even that.
Oh my God! So they're
not 68.
Top 70. They're maybe a top 70 team.
Maybe 69. Very nice,
Wow.
Aggies. Maybe. I don't even know if they were that good this year. But now Texas has beaten good teams. And look, I like that mentality by Jim Schlossnagle. It's the glass half full approach. You can't be down just because you didn't end the year the way that you wanted to. Everything happens for you, not to you. I like that. And the good news is I think every college baseball diehard knows that pitching and defense is what wins at this time of the year. So Texas has been pretty good pitching and defense-wise this season. Now, no Jared Spencer. At times, the pitching hasn't been as consistent as we've wanted down the stretch.
No,
but for
it
the most
hasn't.
part, Texas has been one of the best pitching teams in the country. They had 4 players on the all-SEC defensive team. They've been really good at that as well. So if the offense can explode and you are playing those 5-4, 5-3, 3-2 type of games,
yeah, I think this time of the year you're going to need to be 6 and 7 runs in games.
It'd be nice. I mean, look, you're playing Houston Christian. You should be able to put up
Sure.
You scored 12 against them the first time, so you'd like to think you could do that against them again this time. But the good news is Texas has a great bullpen. Like Max Scruggs and Dylan Volantis have been maybe the best 1-2 punch out of any bullpen in college baseball. And Texas has played a lot of close games this year. So maybe not Friday, hopefully not Friday, maybe not even in the regional, but when you move on to the supers and hopefully to Omaha, you're going to be playing some tough and tight games.
Texas, you're pitching in the back end has to be really good.
Yeah, and Texas has a lot of experience. They've been great in those close games this year. So hopefully that will pay dividends here in the postseason. But yeah, it'd be nice for the Texas bats to get fired up again, and it'd be nice for the pitching staff to do what it's done most of the year. Curious to see who starts on Friday. Wonder if it's Ruger Riojas. Does the staff trust Riojas enough, despite his late season struggles, to get the ball in game 1? Do they switch things up and go with Luke Harrison, who's been the most consistent starter?
No, give him his shot right now early. Get this over with. If he gets his confidence, you'll need him later on. So this is a great way to give him his confidence against them Christians, Against
them Christians.
Yeah, and plus you people will be able to buy your tickets this week. Just you people.
Well, the Jews are allowed to go to the game against the Christians?
Yeah.
And talking about my people?
What do you mean, you regular people?
Yeah.
You people can get your tickets maybe starting today. I would go to Syntex Tickets. If you can't get them through the university, you just go to Syntex Tickets, get 10% off with that Syntex, Syntex 10, get it. Get the 10% off, you people.
The Houston Christians.
Yes. So you people can go to the game.
I like that. I don't even want to call them Houston Christian anymore. I just want to call them the Houston Christians.
There you go.
I think they are the Huskies. I think that is their actual mascot. But they're just the Houston Christians. Well, that'd be a tough team to beat if we were going up against all of the Christians from the Houston area.
Wow.
I guess you could use some of the Astros too. Yeah, that'd be
they still have the Houston Baptists. What happened to Houston? Are they still the Baptists? Or they just became Christians? Is that what it is?
Yeah, same school. They went from HBU to HCU.
Very nice.
Yeah, they opened things up to the other sects.
Now you're going good. There you go.
The word sect. How do you say it?
The seculars.
I feel like I'm saying it weird. Sect.
Sect. S-E-C-T.
But how do you say it plural?
Ooh.
Isn't it sex?
Sets? I've never used the word sets. I've never used it plurally. I haven't done that before. And I'm not going to, because I'm not going to call them a bunch of sects.
I'm not trying to be offensive here. I just think
Sexist.
they're I don't know if they're sexist. Well, maybe you are. If you don't like other sex, maybe you're sexists.
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe denominations is what
School is out.
go.
Okay. School's out for the summer now.
No, it's not.
It is. There's no more. You didn't see the Bussy today.
I did.
No, it's
Yep.
camp then. It's Camp Civitan.
You know, I
If
checked.
bus rolled up today. That's not for students.
AISD goes through Thursday.
What?
Yep.
How many snow days do we have? Did we have no snow days this year?
Yeah, they're not snow days. Because I heard the bus this morning. I'm like, no freaking way.
This is a parent thing. This is a parents got together with the teachers. Can you keep them for three or four more days, please?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know how it happened, but
I don't know if this is legal. If I'm a kid, I'm going to find out if this is legal.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, okay, this has to be summer camp. And I'm getting tired of the damn bus rolling through at 6:10. That's when I should be waking up anyways. I don't know why it bothers me. But I checked. I Googled AIDS school district. I call it the AIDS district, AISD.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Donald. I checked the AIDS school district calendar, and apparently they're going till Thursday, the 29th. It's the last day. So
if I'm a kid, I'm investigating. I'm getting on the Googles and finding out what's going on. I can't let this one ride.
Oh, how pissed do you have to be knowing that all of your friends in the surrounding areas are done and you're still going to class? It's like, do we just have a holiday weekend? Why didn't you end it before Memorial Day? What are we doing?
It seemed like the best way to do it. That's the parents. Somebody's got to. That's how the teachers are making their extra cash.
Yeah, I don't blame. I do blame the teachers. I feel like they just want to be done at this point.
Now, I'd pay them a little extra cash if they could keep these knuckleheads a couple more days.
They deserve extra cash regardless of if they.
I know they do, but they don't get it. But this would be a way to get that under the table cash.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So we got a few more days, at least in the AIDS school district. I'm not sure about the others. It looks like, just taking a look at our text line and our YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter.
Georgetonians are out.
Georgetown's out. The Dirty Drip by you is out. That's why you didn't hear the Bussy bus. I guess
I didn't hear Bussy bus. No,
your guys are done. But the people from the streets,
the mean streets are going to school. They're getting their education.
The mean streets of AIDS are still getting educated. They need it. Come on, man.
Wow.
All right. We'll take your thoughts.
Kids alone. Teachers, leave them kids alone.
Leave them kids alone. The code of text line 512 baby fat. That's 512-222-9328. Again, hit us up if you're watching the show as well. We've got to get to the Bucks Gold Star locks from the weekend because they're not good. We'll recap.
Are you sure?
I am positive. I am very positive. And we'll talk about some of the NBA and NHL playoff action from the weekend as well. We'll talk plenty more college football too. We've got the SEC meetings going on in Destin, so we'll go over some of those storylines. But before any of that, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, with my messed up back, the right support has always been very difficult for me, and I found the comfort that I needed with my friends at Relax the Back. They've got everything that you need for your lumbar area, the support of your lumbar, your thoracic, your shoulders, your hip area. It's at Relax the Back. Folks, that's the pain relief that you truly need. The accessories that they have, it's not always about a pillow or a mattress. They have all other kinds of accessories for you, but they do have those zero gravity recliners just for you. They've got the office chairs, and they've got two great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria, right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live pain free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Speaking of relaxation,
there you go. What is that? Is that strawberry vanilla?
Oh, strawberry vanilla.
Is that a new flavor?
No, I've had it once or twice on the air. It's not usually a go-to, but I was craving it. I was at the store the other day, and I'm like, you know what? I haven't had the strawberry vanilla in a while. Let's grab one of these guys.
Very nice.
And we've got one of these guys. It's one of the 19 great flavors of OLIPOP. If you haven't tried this stuff yet, maybe you were pretty unhealthy this weekend. Maybe you weren't treating your guts the best way this weekend. Get you some OLIPOP to re-regulate what needs to be regulated. 9 grams of fiber in every can of OLIPOP. And you've got ingredients in there that support great digestive health. Hardly any sugar, very few calories. None of this stuff in other soda, you've been told is bad for you for years. It is bad for you. This is a new kind of soda that's actually good for you. Every time you drink OLIPOP, you are supporting your gut. You're also supporting your taste buds as well, because this stuff tastes fantastic. Again, 19 flavors. Pick them up wherever you buy your groceries, HEB, Whole Foods, Target, Walmart, Costco, wherever you go, you can get OLIPOP.
Very nice. I went to Jason's Deli yesterday. You know, my daughter brought me to Jason's Deli. I told you I've never gone there before, and the steamed veggies. So I go, BK, and I get 2 small steamed veggies or regular size or whatever it is, 1 turkey sandwich, and I said the bill was 19. I said, you know what? Look, there's a baked potato on their deal. I guess they're baked potatoes. I mean, the thing must have weighed 3 pounds. But I saw them slide that over. It went from $19 to $32. I'm like, wait a minute, I'll give you a baked potato for way less than that. Let me give you guys one of my famous baked potatoes. It's not going to cost you almost $12 for a baked potato. I know it's big. It's as big as this computer, and it's heavy because they load it down with cheese and little green things on there, little onions or whatever those things are called, and the cream cheese in there or whatever it is. It was okay, but now I said, I guess that is a meal for people, because I ate that and I ate the steamed veggies, but it went from 19 to like 32 with the potato. I'm trying to count that up. What is that? Does that add up to like $13
It
for a
is.
baked potato? My baked potato wouldn't cost you that much.
No, it'd be for free.
I'd absolutely do it for free.
I don't
And
think
I'd
you
give you the
charged.
works. And I'd give you the works with that.
Yeah, I don't think you charged your friends for your baked potato, did you?
No, I did not. But what I did see in there before I went, because I was having trouble finding it by High Five in Lakeway, I called my boy Todd up, and Todd said, you know what they had there? They have the ice cream machine. I'm like, what do you mean? Soft ice cream? And I wouldn't have never even thought about it. I went and found that deal, and I'm waiting for my stuff to go. How many times do you think the cone was about this big? It was like this little mini. How many times do you think I went over there? 3 times. I had 3 of those before my food came.
Before your food.
Yes, as they were making it.
Did you eat there, or did you take it to go?
There. I was in there just waiting.
So how many did you have after?
I didn't have any after. I didn't have any. I was almost full from the ice cream. Dude, and they gave me a cup. It was supposed to be, he said, you need a cup of water. I was thinking, should I load this thing up with ice cream and walk out of here?
They would have let you.
They would have. What a spot. Soft ice cream. And it's real. I don't think it's like Jell-O pudding or whatever some of these places tried. It was tasty. Now I'm going there and buying an iced tea and getting some ice cream.
Yeah, it's good stuff. We talked about that on Friday, that they have that soft serve machine there.
Boy, but they give you baby cones. You know, they don't message you and give you like you get these little teeny ones, these little minis.
Baby cone. Or you can get the cup, just that little bowl, and fill that a bunch.
Well, they didn't have a bowl by the deal there. They have to give it to you, I believe.
Oh, really?
But they give you, if you're waiting, they said you would like to have a cup of water. And I said, sure. And then I walked over there. I'm like, damn, can I fill this up? I can't do that. I said, that's not right to fill it up with ice cream and walk out. Is it?
Awesome. I don't know if it's right, but I think it's right. Like if that's wrong, I don't want to be right. That's a great idea there.
Yeah, I mean, because they're giving you that, you get the ice cream for free. Obviously, you get the water for free, and they're giving me the cup. No, that's taking advantage of the system. I can't do that. So I ate 3 of those little mini cones.
Well, if you're spending $32, which I've been to Jason's Deli countless times in my life, I'm having a hard time figuring out how you spent $32 there.
Steamed veggies, 2 of those, 1 of their turkey sandwiches with country white bread, and then all of a sudden I slammed in bag of chips, which my wife took and threw them out, and then I saw that baked potato. I'm like, oh my God, they got a baked potato. And I remember because my daughter had given me the baked potato. And the thing is monstrous. It looks like a sub sandwich. It's so big.
Yeah, they've got it's like a full meal baked potato, not just a side baked potato.
No, it was the full meal. It was the full Monty. I ate that first, and the sandwich is still in the refrigerator this morning.
So I just pulled up the Jason's Deli menu to try to fact check you on your prices here.
Am I close?
The plain Jane potato, which I think is what you got. Cheddar, sour cream, butter, bacon, green onions.
Called it a plain Jane. I heard that.
$10.79.
Good Lord.
Yeah, but I guess, again,
what was the bag of chips? Maybe the bag of chips is what got me.
Well, you
make it
can't
hard
do
for.
that's maybe this is me being cheap, but I think it's just me being money
Cheap.
conscious. I
Okay, what
don't
is it?
I don't do chips in a drink. I mean, you get a sandwich somewhere, it's like $10, $12.
Yeah.
You had chips in a drink, that adds like $5 to your meal. And it's like, what do we do? Just give me a cup of water for free and I'll get chips at home or something.
Yeah, they always make it seem like you're getting these for free. You know, the chips and whatever. Here's a
Mm-mm.
drink and chips to go along with this sub. It's almost like an afterthought, like, oh, they're giving me a deal here somewhere. That's not a deal, is it?
No.
I get
Well,
my damn from now on. I get my damn drinks at the house.
I'll say, yeah, me too. I mean, I'll give Jason's Deli credit here as we're giving them a bunch of free pub today, although we're kind of dunking on them, so maybe not. I'm seeing 89 cents for chips. That's as cheap as I've ever seen chips at a restaurant in 2025.
What does it say for the steamed veggies? If I was just, I mean, I could have a lot. I like the veggies. I do.
That's that's only 279.
I got two of those. I got one for my wife and one for myself.
That's about $6 plus the $11 potato, that's 17, plus $1 for the chips, that's 18, plus a drink, probably $3, 21.
And that
And
dadgum
then
sandwich, dude.
yeah. All right. Well, I guess that'll get you close to 30 right there.
Yeah, I was like 32 something, I believe.
But you got 2 meals out of it, it sounds like. You haven't
Oh
eaten
no,
the
I was fine.
sandwich.
I was seriously, I wasn't complaining because the steamed veggies are delicious there.
Yeah.
That's good for
Yeah.
me. Plus, I got the bonus 3 little baby ice cream cones.
I was about to say, you got your money's worth on the ice cream there.
I was like sitting there, and this was a to-go order, so it didn't take that long. But I went through 3 of those like nobody's business. I got the ice cream freeze to the brain because I was eating that thing down. So, but I'm going to do cup. If I go there next time and I hit the 30 spot, I think I deserve to get a cup of ice cream.
It's all the tariffs, man. They're killing us.
Yeah, the Chiefs are getting us a little bit, but that's right. We shouldn't be getting. We got our own cows.
Our own
Or
cows.
do we export? Do we import that stuff from Canada? Do the Canadians have cows?
I don't know. I'm sure they do have cows up there, but I feel like we got enough on the side of 71 to where we're good.
Yeah, really. We don't need their cows.
No, I think we're all right. I think
Yeah, and that
we
baked
got enough.
potato. Anything over $5 for a baked potato is. I don't care if it's plain Jane or Karen or Judy or whatever. That's steep. That's kind of steep.
I wonder if they had a side baked potato that you missed.
I missed the side.
Yeah.
I thought plain Jane sounds like a side, doesn't it? Plain
Well,
Jane.
I think
What's
I think
wrong
you had
with
to. You look at the price, like you would have seen $11. I think you would have known it was going to be a giant turd sized baked potato.
Yeah, it was extremely like a hoagie. It was like a hoagie. I'm like, oh my God, this thing weighs 2 pounds. Kind of picking it up. I'm like, this thing weighs 2 pounds itself.
Yeah, and then you
It's
made
good
your
for me.
own.
It's good for the big man.
Yeah, you talk
Big
about trying
man's-
to put on some weight. It's good for you.
I ate 3 times yesterday, and once again, that's twice. I went to I went to gyms two mornings in a row for pancakes, and I generally don't eat pancakes. I went for some pancakes, sausage. I had 3 meals twice in a row. I don't like it.
That's what you're supposed to do.
No, that's not good for this. There's certain engines that don't need a lot of fuel, and this one you can't overfill the engine either. You know what I mean?
If you're trying to put on some weight, that's what you have to do. You got to eat.
Yeah, there's got to be something else.
I mean, you could eat 2 meals, just eat more with those meals versus 3.
Oh, by the way, folks, I destroyed that $42 steak on Friday or Saturday. I've wrecked it. My neighbor came over and started talking to me at the fence over there, and that thing was on the grill, and I came back. I was so pissed. It was
How long was it on the grill?
Huh?
You can't leave a steak while it's on the grill. How long did you leave?
Well, I talked to the guy for like 2 minutes, it must have been. I walked over, and that thing was at its peak. I mean, there was flames coming out of the bottom of that thing. I didn't do a good job. My prep work, I left it out for like 3 hours, like I was told by you people to leave it out.
Did you season it?
Salt and pepper, that's all I went with.
Okay. I mean,
But somebody told me don't flip it. Once you did it, I flipped it about 7 times like it was a pancake. So
no, you're supposed to flip it once.
that's
We didn't
it.
say don't flip it. You said you flip it at halfway. You grill one side, you flip it on the other side, and then you grill it the rest.
Yeah, I
You're
flipped it about.
blaming the people. You didn't even listen to the people. You're blaming the people. You're talking to your neighbors, leaving the grill unattended. You're flipping it 40 times. Well, I mean,
It was unattended, and that guy just went on and on and on. And I kept looking over at it. He goes, "What you doing?" I said, "I'm making a steak." And I go over.
at
And
that point, he's probably like, "Oh shit, go make your steak." Sorry, dude. That's what he should have said.
No.
Or he's probably like, "What? You're turning it into a loofah?"
What did you do? He was probably thinking, "Did you turn the grill down there, gas grill?" No, dude. I've got little cones over there. That's what I'm cooking on charcoals, and he's looking at me, and I started to back away. I started to moonwalk away from him, like, I better get over there. There's a lot of smoke coming from that Weber, because that's what I've got. I've got to do a better job, or that's just a waste of money. I ate some of it, and the dog got a bunch of my $42 steak.
Oh,
And even the dog said, "Hey, that's cooked too much. What's wrong with you?"
and the dog's spitting it out. This is gross. Owner, give me something better, please. Give me the
You can
kibbles.
do better. Yeah, he was like, "You can do better than this."
Well,
All right, how about the ladies? Where are we going softball?
no. Speaking of, you can do better than this. You can do better than what you did for the people over the weekend. And you're letting everybody down.
How
Letting
is that? I
yourself
gave you
down. You're letting your
you get enough
dog
rain?
down.
Hey, you get enough rain, did you?
Yeah, congrats. You did
Yeah,
call for rain.
the wheat farmers are happy with me.
The wheat farmers are happy with you. But the people who took your advice on the NBA and NHL playoffs this weekend are not real thrilled with you. You went 0-4 on your Gold Star locks.
Oh, no.
We got to go back to Friday and Saturday because our last show was Friday, and we only had lines for those 2 days worth of games when we did our last show.
And
You
as I
had
looked for the rest of the weekend, I would have lost too, the way I was thinking.
I think you would have lost more. So it worked out that you couldn't bet on Sunday or Monday. You had the New York Knicks in game 2 back on Friday night. That was the game at home that they lost to go down 2-0 in that series. You had the Dallas Stars at home in game 2 on Friday. They lost that one.
Oh, did they look poor?
They've lost 2 in a row in that series. Yeah, they got to get things turned around in game 4 tonight. And then we go to Saturday. You had your biggest play, 15,000 units on the Oklahoma City Thunder, -3.5 in game 3. That was the game they lost by, 42?
Yeah, they got slammed.
And then you also had the Raising Canes of Carolina in game 3 on Saturday. They lost that game to go down 3-0 in that series. Now, they did win last night.
Hey, you can't be perfect all the time.
Well, one would have been nice.
Yeah.
You were 0-4. You lost 40,000 units over the weekend. Now, the good news is you were up 48K, so you're still up 8,000 for these postseasons. But that was a rough showing. And apologies to your imaginary friend, Kobe. Is that his name?
Bob.
Boy, that could not have been more off with that. Apologies to your
Kobe. Wow.
Oh, man.
Bob was not happy. I didn't hear from Bob because he doesn't have my number. But
well, Bob may be at the bottom of a lake somewhere after jumping off a bridge with all the money you lost him.
Yeah, he's still got 8,000 units because he takes me serious.
Yeah, I wish he didn't this weekend. If you or team fade the buck, it was a great few days for you. All right. Plays tonight.
Yes.
Chance to get back on track. You've got one basketball and one hockey game to choose from. We'll start in the NBA. Game 4, Knicks at Pacers. The road team has won all 3 games in this series. By the way, Buck, before you make your pick here, I'm gonna bring this up to you. Maybe this impacts your decision. Indiana took both games in New York. Then they blew a 20-point lead in game 3. They had that game. Obviously, if they win that series, or if they win that game, they win the series because no team in NBA history has ever overcome a 3-0 deficit to win. They choked it away at home, and the Knicks get on the board to keep their series and season alive. The Pacers have unleashed their secret weapon. Game 4 tonight in Indianapolis. John Halliburton is back.
I'm going 20,000 units on the Pacers tonight.
That's what did it for you, huh?
That's all I needed. I needed to have a little bit of an edge. He will shut his pie hole, and they will win tonight.
You think
And
he's going
please
to be
don't tell me
quiet?
it's 6. Tell me it's not. Don't say 6.5.
2.5.
Oh, I got that. Knicks aren't coming back from behind again.
Okay. So you're taking the Pacers to cover the 2.5 at home.
Yeah, we'll do well again. That's a 20,000 unit play. That's how you get right back up on the horse.
That's a huge play. I think that's your biggest play of this round of the
Yeah,
playoffs.
what do we got? What do we got for the Stars about? Get the ball out of this. It doesn't matter if it's in the zone or not. They're just not playing real well.
Well,
Last
you
game was not good.
you look at the scores, like they got destroyed in game 2. They got shut out 3-0 at home. Edmonton was clearly the better team, and they deserved that win. Game 3 was on Sunday. You look at the score, it's 6-1, and you're thinking, okay, they must have sucked again in that game. The Stars outshot the Oilers 34-24. They had the better scoring chances. There's the analytics said the Stars should have won that game. Problem is, Edmonton's goalie, Stuart Skinner, who sucks against everybody else besides Dallas, stood on his head, and he
Yes.
outplayed Jake Ottinger, who every hockey person in the world will tell you he's the better goalie. But it's 2 years in a row we're in this round of this playoffs between these two teams. Skinner's been the better netminder. And, yeah, he was magnificent on Sunday. So I liked what I saw from the Stars in their last game, but they've been outscored 9-1 in these last 2 games in this series. And game 4 is on the road. It's in Alberta tonight.
Yeah, that's why I'm taking Roberta for 10,000 units.
Roberta?
Oh, in Alberta. That's why, yeah, I'm going to take the Oilers.
Okay. You're taking Roberta the Oiler for 10K. I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing this because you've lost your touch with the Stars. And
I'm
maybe
just
that
good
means
for them in game 1s to get them going.
Yeah, well, they got to get things going tonight in game 4. They need Jake Ottinger to show up, and they got to get the Stuart Skinner early because that guy's found a bit of a rhythm lately, and that's not
Leonard
good.
Skinner's pretty good.
Leonard Skinner's horrible, but he's been good against the Stars 2 years in a row, and I can't quite figure it out. All right, so 20,000 units on the Pacers, 10,000 units on the
And
Oilers.
we're right back in it again.
And if you win those 2, that'll be up 30,000 units. If you lose,
wow,
you're in trouble. If you just lose your basketball pick, you're in the red.
Yeah, Bob will be excited.
Bob will be excited. Last night, Oklahoma City went up 3-1 in their series against Minnesota. You calling this one over?
I think so. I mean, Edwards last night took like 4 shots. What's his deal? Why doesn't during the regular season he shoots 1,000 times? He gets to the playoffs and he's like, "Oh, I don't want to shoot the ball."
Yeah.
I mean, really?
I can't figure that out. Minnesota got 64 points from its bench last night. We talked about that being their biggest weakness in the series is that their bench is not very good. Oklahoma City's way deep. Minnesota's bench has been great in these last few games. They scored 64 last night. More than
their star doesn't want to shoot the ball.
And Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle, their 2 best players, combined for 21 points. Anthony Edwards took 2 shots in the first half. 2. He ended up with 13. Still not enough.
No.
And Julius Randle was 1 of 7 for the game yesterday. So Minnesota's role players are doing what they need to do. You can't win in this sport, in this stage of the playoffs, if your stars aren't playing like stars. And last night, Oklahoma City's 2 All-Stars, SGA had 40. Jalen Williams had 34. Minnesota's 2 All-Star caliber players combined for 21. They had 16 and 5. That can't happen.
I'm looking at Jason here on the text line. Never take advice from a capper that doesn't know the betting line. What is he? Doesn't he understand what I did during football season? Did he not make any money? And I'm still making you money. You still got $8,000. Not a big deal. We just bounce back. That's all.
Bounce back. Got to bounce back tonight.
Believe in me like Bob believes in me.
Yeah.
And you too can become a capper.
That's good advice. No cap. That's good advice for the kids out there. You know, believe in people like your imaginary friend believes in people.
Yes.
Your imaginary friend always believes in you. So that's how you should believe in others.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Have some faith.
Have some faith. I have no faith in Minnesota. I had this as a 7-game series. I had Oklahoma City winning, but I thought this was going to go the distance. I think this one wraps up tomorrow night back in OKC. And for Ant Edwards, look, you make it to the conference finals 2 years in a row. That's obviously not bad. And Minnesota's, Ant Edwards is young. They've got some young pieces on that team to where, like, they might not go anywhere after this season. But they lost in 5 to Dallas a year ago, and they're on the verge of losing in 5 to Oklahoma City. It's one thing to lose. It's another thing to do what you're talking about, Buck, and just you're not even trying. Like, I don't want to say you're not trying out there, but you're not shooting. Like,
Yeah, SGA takes a million shots. He doesn't. When he gets the ball, it's like the like a dark pit. You're never getting it back when he gets it.
yeah, I mean, he had 10 assists last night. He had 40, 10, and 9. We talked about this being it's SGA versus Ant Edwards, two of the best players in the league, right? Two of the best young stars in the sport. One guy has shown up. The other guy is just not even shooting. Like, I don't like SGA was 13 of 30. Is that the most efficient night ever? No, but it's not terrible. And he scored 40 points. Better than 5 of 13.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You got to shoot the ball.
And credit Lou Dort. I mean, Lou Dort's one of the best perimeter defenders in the game. And, it's him and Alex Caruso doing a great job defending Ant Edwards. But, like, you can't go out like this. You got
He's not a great shooter, but he generally will take a lot of threes, but he's just not, like you said, he's not even throwing those up.
No. It's weird to see, man. He's not as aggressive as he was in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, and not as aggressive as he needs to be if Minnesota's going to win this series and get to the NBA Finals. We'll see. Game 5 in that one tomorrow. Oklahoma City back at home. I'm sure they're going to be pretty big favorites to close that one out. And tough one for Minnesota to let get away yesterday. Big win for the Thunder, taking a stranglehold on that series. All right, so there you go. There's your NBA and NHL conversation, recapping the weekend, and the Buck giving out his plays for a Tuesday that feels like a Monday.
Yes, it does.
We'll shift gears here. We've got a lot going on. SEC meetings happening in Destin, Florida this week.
The white sandy beaches of Destin, Florida.
Our man Chip Brown will be on the scene, so we'll have some live coverage from everything going on those white sandy beaches. You've spent some time in Destin, have you?
I've been to Destin. Oh yeah.
Is that the poop deck?
No, the poop deck's at Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale. All right, not too far away.
Those aren't white sandy beaches. Those are beaches where bales of marijuana come up on shore.
Well, I'd rather be there.
Yeah.
That's the place to be.
Nothing like soggy, wet marijuana. It smells like dead body.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I would rather not be there then.
Oh, you don't want that.
All right, we'll get to beach and weed talk. No, we'll get to some potential big changes coming to college football here in a moment. But before that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks will say to our friends over 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, for all your alcohol needs. Summertime is here. Well, for some, and it's not for the kids anyway, but for the adults, if you're going to have a party, head on over to the 4601 Southwest Parkway and pick up those wines, those liquors. All of your liquids are right there at 34 Wine and Spirits. I know it is there. I was worried a little bit about Fredericksburg yesterday, hearing tornadoes possibly coming that way. I was thinking about the brewery out there, the Altstadt Brewery, out there in the middle of nowhere. But you will find your Altstadt beer. You get it right there at 34 Wine and Spirits. They are a wholesale distributor. But head by the store at 4601 Southwest Parkway, folks. They've got it all.
Yeah, you'll find one less 6-pack of Altstadt beer because snagged one of those. I had a few Altstadt beers over the weekend. Come on, long holiday weekend.
Absolutely.
Spent some time by the pool. Shout out to Patrick Davis, who celebrated a birthday over the weekend, went by his place. He had a little pool party, had some Altstats there. Was on a boat yesterday, had some Altstats there.
You a boat in the weather?
I got lucky. We chanced it yesterday.
Ooh.
And we were out there from like 2 to 5, so right in between the 2 rainstorms that we had here in Austin. Could have been a disaster. By the time we got off the boat, looking up at the sky, and I'm like, oh, this is about to get ugly. But thankfully, got lucky. By the way, I was on a boat with 10 girls yesterday.
What?
I was the only dude. Like,
wait a minute. Your girl out of town?
No, my girl was there. She would not have. I would not be saying that if my girl was out of town. I wouldn't be sharing
Or
a
you
story.
wouldn't be letting people know that you were on a boat with 10 girls, no?
No, that would not end well for me. But yeah, there were like 3 other dudes scheduled to go. They all bailed last minute. And one of them called me. He's like, "We're not going. Are you hanging out with us?" I'm like, "Shit, I want to go on a boat. I want to get drunk today. I'm bailing
10,
on
10
you,
women on a
jabronis."
boat and you guys are
And
bailing. That's even better.
I'm telling you, the ratio was perfect. All I needed was
Wow.
one of you. I needed a listener out there to recognize me and be like, "BK," I would have been a legend there.
If they
Didn't
would have
happen.
seen that.
Yeah, didn't happen out there. Tough scene. But anyways, had a
You're
lot
the
of
skipper. Did you
Altstats.
have a skipper's hat on?
No, there was. I guess I wasn't the only guy because the guy, it was a rented boat. The guy driving the boat was a dude. Um,
Yeah, but he's
that,
rental
that,
property.
that guy had as much game as a nun. So not much. But anyways, had some Altstadt beer over the weekend. I enjoyed myself over the weekend and playing some sober rides over the weekend as well. Hopefully you had Altstadt with whatever you were doing, whether you were at the pool, at the lake, on a boat, grilling out, or just hanging out inside, avoiding some of the hot weather, whatever you had going on. Hopefully you had some Altstadt. Whatever you have going on here this summer, make sure you accompany your good times with the greatness that is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no
You
regrets.
gave up the bros for the girls.
Yep. Usually I'm a bros before a hose kind of guy, but I wanted to get on a boat yesterday, man.
Just felt the need to be on that boat as
Yeah.
as those winds and dark clouds started coming in. You start getting a little worried about the rental guide there.
The timing was perfect. We got lucky. It was sunny. It was warm. It was a good time on the
Out
lake
there like
yesterday.
Gilligan's Island, 3-hour tour.
Yeah, 3-hour tour. Yeah, no, it could have been a disaster, but we're okay. All right,
Good,
shout
man.
out to Altstadt. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. All of our TSU merch made by our friends over at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, based right here in South Austin. They can get you what you need and get it to you quickly. Shirts, hats, signs, stickers, posters, you name it, they've got it. Just shoot them an Instagram DM at Waterloo Printing, or you can reach out to them. Reach out to Adam directly. Great Longhorn fan, great TSU supporter, great dude. 512-300-9641.
Had your boy Mike McCall out here the other day looking at some stuff that we were trying to do at the house.
There we go.
Very, very impressive young guy, man. When he
Sharp
comes to your
dude.
home and he starts to look at some things that you may want to do if you want to, add an extra bathroom. I mean, he even came upstairs, BK, and he saw that attic space and said, "Hey, you need to do something with that eventually. You can put 3 rooms up there." He goes, "By the way, it's like somebody's whole house upstairs here."
Mm.
I said, "Well, no, dude, what I need to do is put a bathroom up here so I'm not jogging down at 18 flights of stairs." But he did ask me, would I like to have a chair to sit on coming up there? And I'm
Yes.
like, "No, man. We're
That's
going."
because he listens to the show. He knows
He
that
thinks
I'm
the
trying
chair,
to
chair
speak
he
that
acted
into
like
existence.
a chair is kind of simple to put. I'm like, "No, I'm not sitting in the chair." I'm like, "Can we get it?" And he thinks we can still get an elevator in the back there, but chair looked that was pretty easy going with the chair. I'm like, "No, old man's not sitting down in a chair like this, holding on to a little rail.
The old man in the chair.
No."
I like that. Yep. Shout out McCall Custom Homes. Mike and his team, incredibly sharp. They know what they're doing. They've got more than 40 years of experience here in Austin. So if you're like the Buck, I mean, whatever you want to do to your home, right? Add a second story, renovate a kitchen, remodel a bathroom, add some new life to your outdoor space, build a screened-in porch, whatever you're thinking about. McCall Custom Homes can do it for you. Just head over to the website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They're doing free estimates for TSU listeners right now and TSU hosts as well. McCallCustomHomesATX.com for more information. And they're the best in the game.
Love it.
SEC meetings happening this week in Destin. We've got a couple of pretty big storylines to keep an eye on this week. This one, maybe not big right now, but could potentially be huge for the future of the University of Texas and the future of college football as a whole. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports dropped a lengthy piece yesterday about some of the biggest questions facing college football. And in that piece, Dellinger added an interesting report on something that occurred back in March that no one really talked about. But apparently in March, SEC presidents voted to grant Commissioner Greg Sankey the power to split the SEC away from the NCAA if Sankey believes that that is the right move for the conference. Now, it doesn't sound like there's any current momentum to that happening, but it still feels like a pretty significant move that SEC leadership, all of the school presidents got together and basically said, Daddy Sankey, we trust you. Whatever you think is best for us, we give you the power to do. So if the SEC doesn't get its way with, college football playoff expansion and just other big issues facing college sports, then Greg Sankey has been given the power without any future vote to say, hey, we're breaking off from you, NCAA, and we're starting our own thing. See you later.
Yeah, I'm wondering when the money gets to be to the point that, yes, let's do it. That's the TV revenue. When does it get to be the point of, well, they don't have to share it with anybody except for members of the SEC, but to have your own group and say, this is our group. What we are is we're almost an NFL, we're NFL teams. That's what it is. I mean, it's just another professional league to me. It's not about the student athlete once they do that. I mean, some would say it's not about it now. I mean, there's a pretense, but there are people getting degrees and going to classes or pretending to go to classes. When that comes, that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, it's more about the student athlete than ever before, but it's still not about the student athlete, right?
No.
I mean, we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar industry here.
Oh, it's about the second professional league. That's what it is.
Yeah, and that's what
in
it
all
is
the sports.
Yeah, of course. And football is obviously the biggest, right? College football is the big moneymaker
Sure.
for the NCAA. It's the big moneymaker for these conferences. You talk about those TV deals, right? The TV partners, TV networks want to spend money on football.
Yeah, and they're not going to hang in there. The TV networks aren't going to hang in there because it's the universities. They're going to hang in because it's the colleges, and they could care less about the student athlete part of it.
Yeah. Look, I mean, every year we look at the top 100 most watched television programs in this country. That's a segment we usually do. That's a segment like every sports radio station does every year. And it's like all of the sporting events that are on there are football games.
Right.
I mean, like a random NFL game in the middle of the season will do better than an NBA Finals game or a World Series game or a Stanley Cup final game. Like, that's just how it works. And college football is like second to that. Like, big college football games get more eyeballs than NBA Finals games or, World Series games, the same thing. So, yeah, the TV partners, like that's where the money is. And that's how the schools make a lot of their money. And that's why a lot of these schools are affiliated with conferences, because the TV networks usually pay the conferences for the rights to broadcast their games. So, yeah, that money's always been high, but it's about to be even higher because the popularity of college football continues to rise.
I mean, like, to me, there's not a lot of TV executives that'll say, "Oh, we're getting away from the student athlete." No, we're getting towards the money and what really matters. And if it's deemed to be a professional league, the SEC, so be it, because the money's still coming. Like I said, I don't think there's executives that would pull away from giving you the money if you decided to leave, the NCAA. And you can still call yourself student athletes if you like. That's great, because some of you are still going to be students. Some of you are going to have parents, and the individuals themselves are still going to want to get degrees. Maybe not in 5 years, maybe in 8 years, they'll go back. Well, hell, they're doing it now, taking 6 and 7 years. It's not like you get a 4-year degree. People are taking 5, 6, even ones that don't even play sports are taking years to get their degrees,
Yeah. I mean, you could still, even if you break away from the NCAA, it doesn't, like, you still get an education at the schools.
Right.
Like, this is just for rules and regulations and making deals with, TV partners and advertisers and this, that, and the other. So it wouldn't really impact the academics of the student athletes.
Yeah, that's not going to cause me not to watch college football. None of it now. It's already to the point of it's professionalized. So,
yeah.
Dude, I started thinking that way about sports once Olympians started getting paid. Used to be that they used to do that. They'd have to go and do all that stuff on their own. And once we started getting the NBA into it and everything, I started going, this is just, it's all professional, because other countries were professional anyway. I always thought the United States always should be amateurs doing the Olympics. when we used to, but now who cares?
You want the amateurs doing the Olympics instead of the
Oh,
pros?
I did for a long time. That's the way it
Mm.
used to be.
Yeah, no, that's how it was. I just if other countries are using the pros, I want to use our pros because I want to win.
That's right,
Eh,
because you want to win it. Exactly.
well, and look, I mean, it was always ridiculous. You and I mean, a decade ago when we were doing radio together, we talked about this before NIL was ever a thing. It's like this industry is making so much money every year, and it's making more and more money every year. Why are the players like I don't go to watch for the coach. I don't go to watch for CDC. No offense. I don't go
Right.
to watch for the university. Like we watch for the players. So why aren't the players able to get any of this money? So it's like it always seemed same with the Olympics. It's like why this
Right.
brings in so much money. Why are the athletes competing in this? That's why we're
Why are they
watching.
yeah, why are they struggling to find
Yeah.
sponsors to get them around the world? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's I never quite understood that, but it's all about money. It's all about money, and always has been, and always will be.
Sure.
And look, the university, like we say this about commissioners in pro sports. It's a lot of fans don't like Roger Goodell. A lot of fans don't agree with everything Roger Goodell has done leading the NFL, but the owners love him because he has made them all a crap ton of money. Like the NFL is more popular than ever before, and all of these owners are making more money than they ever have. So they're never going to change commissioners
And
for
dude,
as
they don't
long.
want that. They don't
No,
want people getting away from the NCAA.
yeah,
Because they have their farm league, they have their farm system all down. Now it becomes a professional system once that ends.
I don't think they care. I don't think they care because it's still going to be a farm system, right? Like
Sure.
the big fear here is, and look, I think this is the SEC. Like we're the biggest dog in the sport. We're gonna have the seat at the head of the table here. We don't just have a seat at the table. We have the seat at the head of the table. So we can always leave. They're going to hang that over the head of the ACC and the Big 12 and the G5 and everybody else. Maybe not the Big 10 because the Big 10's on a similar level to the
Right.
SEC. But they can literally tell all of these other conferences, hey, if you don't give us what we want, we're going to leave and start our own thing. And we've talked about super conferences for a while. And a lot of
Yes.
people have talked about, hey, the SEC and the Big Ten just kind of doing their own thing, turning into an AFC and NFC, just like we
Right.
have in professional football. Like this to me could be the start of that. If the SEC doesn't agree with what everybody else agrees with college football playoff expansion, this next round, which is happening very soon, then they'll leave and say, we don't need y'all. We're going to make enough money. The presidents are allowing me to do this because I'm making them a ton of money, and
That's
we'll
right.
find a way to figure it out on our own.
Yeah, because the football programs don't just do what it takes in the rest of the athletic departments, and also the general scholarship fund, the general, health of the universities is because of football too, which people don't believe, but it really is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it makes money too. It's not just like general health. I mean, the
Oh, the
money that comes
enrollment,
in.
when you're Alabama, believe me, that football team has got a lot of enrollment going in there because just
Sure.
the general students that go there, not just because they're athletes, just because they want to go to Alabama or Georgia, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it helps with everything. I mean, it helps with the local economies. It helps with the schools. I mean, having a good football program is massive. There's so many stakeholders invested in a great college football program. But it's all about the money. Like same thing with Roger Goodell. The university presidents are almost like team owners in a sense,
Yes.
and they're looking at their conference commissioner and they're like, "Hey, we trust you to do what makes us the most money. Like whatever you think is best for us, which means what gives us the most jingle in our pockets is what we want you to do." So, it's good that Texas is in the SEC, but if you're like a college football traditionalist, I mean, shoot, the whole sport has changed so much over the last 5-10 years anyways, but we might be losing everything that we had in college football in the next few years.
Wow, that
Scary
move from the
thought.
Big 12 to the SEC was huge.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's, Texas got out of the Big 12 at the right time and they got in the SEC at the right time. So I think the SEC and Big 10 breaking away would be horrible for the sport.
I do.
Um, but I don't know. There's to me, like this is the first actual action that has been taken that could get the ball rolling to that going down. So,
Yeah, someone said Texas will get blamed for this, but so what?
well, yeah, people will point to Texas and say, they were sort of the first school that jumped in this most recent wave of conference realignment that started all of this. But
It's okay.
it's money, man. Like, these schools want to do what makes them the most money. It's why the conference realignment happens. It's why college football
Yeah, you're
playoff
not just
expansion is
joining them.
happening.
You're not joining them because you're Texas. You're joining and winning.
That helps too.
Yeah, it
Yep.
does.
So this is crazy. By granting that power to Greg Sankey, the SEC is not going to have to worry about any sort of red tape getting in the way of a quick move and decision if it is
He could
needed.
just wake up in a bad mood one morning and say, "Okay, we're changing."
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he could. That's it. And the university presidents have given him the power to do so. So there would not have to be, again, another vote or a big discussion that would happen. It's just Greg Sankey. If he feels like he's not getting his way, then, hey, see you later, NCAA. We don't need you anymore.
Wow.
So that's something to watch. I don't know if that's happened with the Big Ten, but maybe that happens with the Big Ten at some point in the not too distant future. The other
Well,
big
if they feel like they've got the right commissioner, I mean, if they feel like they have the right guy or gal, they'll do it. So
Yep.
they may not have that feeling yet.
Yeah, again, this was like, I didn't know this happened. This happened back in March, but this was kind of swept under the rug or just never became
Because nobody thinks it would happen.
a
They're not
big
going to do it. It's
story.
just going to be a bunch of talk
Well, it did happen.
until that TV revenue comes up.
That's it. I
You
mean,
know,
that's next year. Like the new
yeah,
That's why we already talked about a small shift in the college football playoff for 2025 going to straight seeding. We talked about that last week, but we also know that that the TV rights deals for a lot of these major conferences end after this coming season, which means we're going to get another round of college football playoff expansion starting in 2026. So that's what a lot of this has to do with is what does the next round of the CFP look like following 2025? And if the SEC doesn't get what it wants,
or the Big Ten, you can kiss. That you can believe they're going to have a bunch of teams in there. Sorry,
yeah,
Cinderella story. There won't be too many Cinderella stories anymore, unless
no,
they come out of the SEC and the Big Ten. These other conferences, Big 12, there's not going to be any Cinderella stories unless you win your conference.
right. Yeah, well, that's the other big storyline, right? Again, we talked about the change to this year's college football playoff with the straight seeding instead of giving, the 4 byes to just 4 random conference champions, excuse me.
Yes.
That's a move that the SEC and the Big Ten really like, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because last year, if straight seeding was in place, the top 4 seeds would have been in order: Oregon, Georgia, Texas, Penn State. 2 SEC, 2 Big Ten. So instead, it was Oregon, Georgia, Boise State, and Arizona State.
Right.
So obviously, the big conferences, the SEC and the Big Ten, didn't like that. The smaller conferences liked that, but we're getting the straight seeding this year. We know more expansion could be coming beyond 2025. It could be 14, it could be 16 teams starting potentially in 2026. Automatic qualifiers is another discussion, Buck. And the Big Ten and the SEC are seemingly in favor of a proposal that would give each conference 4 automatic bids.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
4 for the SEC, 4 for the Big Ten. And then if it's a 16-team playoff, it'd be 2 for the Big 12, 2 for the ACC, 1 spot reserved for the G5, and then 3 at-large bids.
There you go, Big 12. So you get your champion and possibly another one in there.
Yeah. So I guess hypothetically, you could have 3 at-large. You could have 7 teams in the SEC in a 16-team college football playoff in some
Yeah,
years.
when will the cries come out about, oh, it just doesn't seem fair? Nobody's going to care.
Well, the cries are already out. Like Brett Yormark, who we know very well, and
Well, he's
Jim
a
Phillips.
crier anyway, so nobody's listening to that shit.
Well, he's got to do what's best for his
Sure.
member institutions, right? And ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips, like both of them are complaining as well. And Greg Sankey had a quote that went viral yesterday. He's like, I don't lecture people about college football, so I don't need people lecturing me about what's good for college football. And it's like, well, easy for you to say, Greg, because you're you're the
You
biggest
got 4
dog here.
teams.
Yeah, well, you're the most powerful person in the sport right now. So, like, you call the shots here. The other people are trying to lecture to you. Hey, think about us. Think about the poors. Think about us. Don't forget about us.
Sorry.
Yeah. So that's like the Big 12 and the ACC obviously don't want this because they're saying, wait, they're getting 4 auto bids and we're only getting 2 auto bids? Like, that doesn't seem fair. Why don't we just do what we have right now where everybody gets 1 and then the rest is all at large?
ACC better be careful once Notre Dame joins one of these big conferences. Once they join either the SEC or the Big Ten, now they have nobody because then they won't be playing your ACC schedule and make it seem like Notre Dame's in the ACC. That's the next move that's going to happen.
That's where you wonder, again, if the SEC and Big Ten do break off, do they start adding more? Are they happy with the 16 that they have? Or are they like, hey, Notre Dame, we'll take you. Hey, Florida State, Clemson, Miami. You think of the big programs in the ACC. I don't know if there's anybody in the Big 12 that anybody really wants. Somebody wants Kansas for basketball, maybe, but I don't know. But that's, you wonder if we get more expansion if that all happens.
So. Now, there's no Pac-12. Is there still a Pac-2? Are there still teams out there by themselves? Or are they with somebody now? Is everybody with someone?
They're basically in the Mountain. I mean, it's going to be called the Pac-12 still, but they kind of merged with the Mountain West.
Okay.
So
they can win a Mountain West championship?
That starts next year. Yeah, Oregon State and Washington State are those remaining Pac-2 squads that are now combining with the Mountain West to start a new conference.
Silly that they're just going to go to the Mountain West and call it that and quit messing around.
I think that's basically what it is, but I think they're calling it the Pac-12. I don't know. I got to double check that. I don't care about those schools. Yeah, they've been the Pac-2. They had media days last year in Vegas. Remember that? The Pac-2.
Oh my God.
And it was like one night and they had it at like a bar in Vegas. and they had an open bar for all the media that was there. And the conference commissioner came out and was like, y'all need this. We all need this open bar here.
Do it again.
It was great. But what's happening here is the SEC and the Big Ten, they're basically sending a message that, and the timing of this Ross Dellinger story makes a ton of sense because they're about to start voting on the future of the playoff here shortly.
Yes.
It's, hey, Big 12 and ACC and Fun Belt and Mountain West and Pac whatever and this, that, and the other. If you guys don't do what we want you to do, we're leaving. And good luck getting people to care about your shit because us and the Big Ten are going to break off and everyone's going to watch us and we're going to be the big college football. So that's basically, it's a total power play by the SEC to get what they want. And it's a horrible spot for the Big 12 and the ACC and every other conference to be in. But like they almost have to say yes if they want to continue to remain in the same sort of boat as the SEC and the Big 12.
And for Notre Dame, BK, I understand, what the texter is saying about that. Less reason for them to join because now the expansion of the playoffs, they can get in they can make up their own schedule and still get in, I believe.
Well, it's only
ACC, but
the only reason they would join a super conference is if the SEC and Big Ten start their own thing and they say, hey, Notre Dame, if you want to compete for championships in this, you have to join one of our leagues.
Right.
That's the only way. With the current format and the straight seating, Notre Dame's not going anywhere.
They got their own TV network.
Yeah. Literally the only way Notre Dame joins a conference is if it's like, you cannot win a national championship in this sport if you don't join a conference. Like that is as dramatic as it has to be.
Yes.
For that move to happen. So we're not there yet, which is why the Irish are still independent. But we might get there soon. And the Big Ten and the SEC, by the way, are also in favor of the idea of a double bye for the 1 and 2 seeds in the bracket.
A double bye?
So they're talking about a 16-team CFP. The first round would only consist of 2 games. It'd be the 13 versus the 16 and the 14 versus the 15. So
are we playing this shit all the way to the end of February?
Who knows? Then you wonder about, are they going to keep conference championships? I mean, there's a lot that has to be decided here. Because if you're getting 4 automatic bids in the SEC and the Big Ten, why do you need a conference championship game?
you'll be playing football and March Madness.
It's almost like would you get rid of that weekend just so you can move the playoff up a little bit so you don't have to go into February or March? I don't know. But they're talking about that. Just a small first round, and then the winners of those games would move on to round 2.
They're not going to cut back regular season games because there's too much money to be made in those. In both conferences.
They're still going to play 12 in the regular season. But yeah, you wonder, do they keep conference championship games? Because that's money too. So like for money purposes, do they keep those around, or is it just like, does anyone really care about
No, I
those?
think those should go. I would think if you're going to do this, those should go away.
Maybe you just give out a conference title to the regular season winner. You're going to have some ties, so I don't know how you would do that. I don't know if you go with the softball route and give out co-champions, or if you just have a bunch of tiebreaker rules in place. I mean, Texas would have won the SEC regular season title if that was a thing in football last year. But it's not. I don't know if it will be in the future. That's obviously another question that comes.
I got a feeling the SEC will always be playing championships.
I would think
that's always been a big deal to them.
I would like it, but again, it's like if 4 teams from your league are getting in, then I don't want to say what's the point in trying, because you are playing for a conference championship. That's a big deal, but obviously you want a national championship too. Like if Georgia didn't beat Texas last year, I mean, they probably still would have gotten in, I guess, but that would have been their 3rd loss.
Yeah,
they would have been a much lower seed, and you wonder.
Yeah, don't worry. Them in Alabama. They're getting in with 3 losses. That's about to happen in the SEC, and maybe even maybe in the Big Ten.
Yeah. It didn't happen with 12, but with 14 or 16, you think for sure it's going to happen, right?
Yeah, and sorry, Cinderella, you're not getting in.
Yeah, well, who knows? Who knows, dude? This is nuts. The SEC is also considering going to a 9-game conference schedule. Excuse me. We've talked about that plenty of times in the past. It's currently at 8. The ACC also has 8. The Big 10 and the Big 12 both have 9. I think the TV partners would definitely like the SEC to go to 9 because
sure they would.
You know, a game between Texas and Ole Miss is going to do better than a game between Ole Miss and Slapdick State.
Yeah, you're right.
Or Directional U, who most of the SEC schedules in their non-con these days.
Yeah, that's week 11.
That's the week 11 game. Yeah. Which Texas, I think, plays Arkansas in week 11. So we do get our own. We do get our own bye week in week 11 this year.
Yeah, we do.
You're saying ooh as if you're worried about that game. I'm saying
No, I'm not worried about that game at home. I worry about that game on the road. At home, no.
That's fair. It is at home this year, thankfully. But yeah, all of that's going on. Nothing else in college football. It's okay. But SEC meetings are going on this week. Sankey will speak again. I think he'll speak a couple of times this week. Again, our own Chip Brown will be out there in Destin. We'll have all sorts of live coverage and reaction to everything happening at SEC meetings. But yeah, the future of this sport that we all knew and loved, I think we still love it. I don't know if we really know it anymore, but it is hanging in the balance, Buck, to say the least.
Yeah, I kind of know what it is now. So it could have gotten at least a little bit under control and been held off for another 10 years. They had done something 20 years ago, but now you can't hold it off. Now it's straight ahead. It's full steam ahead now.
Yeah, you just wonder, like, I mean, we talk about it with NIL a lot. There was a chance the NCAA had an offer where they could just pay every student athlete like $5,000 a year, and they turned it down.
Still make a bunch of money.
Yeah, they would have made so much money, but they turned that down. And because they did, all these lawsuits started popping up. And then now we have the open season of NIL that we have right now. So it's that decision not being made completely changed the entire landscape of college sports. And then, yeah, it's like you wonder about, conference expansion. If the Big 12 network ends up happening and A&M and Mizzou and Colorado and who else? Nebraska don't end up leaving the Big 12. Like, is the Big 12 still really good? And Texas is still in the league. And are we not talking about any, like, you just wonder if a couple of things went down differently, where would this sport and where would college sports be right now? That's not the alternate universe we get to live in. So.
Probably because you got Big Daddy Stanky who would have been around having thoughts about what we should do in the SEC.
Yeah, well, Big Daddy Sankey is the most powerful man in the sport right now. And I think Kevin Petiti, who's the Big Ten commissioner, is probably number 2. Because the SEC knows better than to leave by itself without the Big
Oh
Ten
yeah,
joining them, because that just doesn't make any sense. But I think Greg Sankey's the guy calling most of the shots right now. So we'll see. There's college football in 2025. Expect
yeah. I
the
mean,
unexpected.
it's on a locomotive. That path of that locomotive is just going. It's not slowing down. I mean, it's just got some little bumps where you have these little small stops, but it's really not slowing down that much.
It's a locomotive on a downhill slippery slope, Buck.
Yeah,
That's what it is. I mean, you just every time you think, forget the team. It's hard enough with the transfer portal to know the guys on your own team. You don't even know what's going on in the sport anymore. It's like every year you got to explain something. Hey, here's this rule change. Here's this format change. Here's this new thing that you got to learn about. It's like, Jesus, man, it's hard to keep track. What's going
yeah,
on?
yeah. And it doesn't once that toothpaste is out, man, it's really hard to put back in the tube. It's so hard to do it. You have to change up so many things in order to get back to what you think the olden days and the golden days were. For some of them, these are the golden days. This is it. It's happening right now. If you're a player, that's what I would be thinking. This is awesome.
Well, the golden days in terms of actual gold money, this is the
Yeah,
golden era of college football. So
right.
fans would probably disagree, but from a
Oh no, it's
financial
costing them
standpoint,
more. They got to take more trips if they
yeah.
want to follow their favorite team. They better have a lot of money.
Hey,
Unless you're just the solo guy or the solo gal going. But if you got to take little Johnny and Janie and whatever with you to these trips because they're fans of your university too, that is costly, dude.
sure. And they ask for more money and give us less. And
There you go.
that's how it works. Like they are trying to make money for themselves. They are going to do what makes them the most money. It's a business. That's how businesses work. And that's what's happening in the business of college football now. So
Yeah,
he who has the gold makes the rules, Buck. That's the golden rule, isn't it?
sort of.
And it feels like the SEC has the gold in college sports right now, and there's no real governing body to do much about this. So
That's all right. The governing body would be the University of Texas eventually. It won't take long, y'all. Just remember that.
we're ahead of the entire SEC.
Just don't worry about it. Sankey just keep going, but soon it'll be Austin driven. So don't worry about it. That time
Oh,
will come.
God. That'd be something. In your dreams, maybe. In your dreams.
Well, I had a dream about this deal this year, and it didn't take long for those things to happen.
No, you did say Texas was going to take over the SEC in year 1 and
And
8 conference
I
championships.
let those media bums know it too.
Yeah, eight conference titles
I need
later.
to show up to media day just to let them know, hey, what did I tell you was going to happen when they were saying, oh, it can't happen in year 1. Your sports aren't ready for this. Oh, really?
And the funniest part was we were seated next to Auburn and Arkansas
Oh, yeah.
tables.
They thought they were on the march. They were coming
you
back.
guys, you think you're gonna no, you guys. Oh, okay.
And that's when the Auburn guys thought they're going to start making their march to start bringing things back to Auburn, Alabama. And I'm like, you're so wrong.
It's cute, Auburn.
Yeah, your team is cute. Your teams are cute.
Arkansas. Yeah, keep letting Hugh Freeze and Sam Pittman coach your programs.
Oh, my God.
That'll be great. We'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We've got a little more Texas baseball and some Texas softball to get into. We also have an airline story to talk about. And also we got to update the people on this prison break in the New Orleans area. You heard about this?
No, I have not.
It's been a huge story for like a week and a half, and that's on me for not bringing it to your attention. But
are they coming this way? Are the prisoners? Are they moving towards us? Or are they heading north?
Well, 2 of them got arrested in the state of Texas yesterday.
Oh boy!
So we'll get to all of those stories here in a moment. But first, a few more sponsor shout outs.
Got our friends over at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Father's Day not far away. Dad needs a little something too, like one of those nice golf polos that they have at Sue Patrick. But of course, they've got jewelry. They have everything that you're looking for at Sue Patrick's. And they've got plenty of parking spaces available just for you at 5222 Burnett Road. Online orders over $49, free shipping, the whole works. They have got it all. They've got all the headwear, they got all the hats, they got all the gear. You know, they've got new little backpacks, BK. They've got the big expensive one for the kids that are maybe high school age or whatever, getting ready to go to high school. But they've got a little shorter version of that for half that price for, you know, little T-ballers or soccer players. They've got that at Sue Patrick's. Yes, I got that for my grandson. Birthday coming up. Look at that Texas gear. Oh, they've got the new Texas gear to the hats. Very nice. Oh, yeah. It can happen for you at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road or SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. And now a word from our great friends at Audio Visual Consultations.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll love our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
Very nice.
How about those puns there, huh?
Very nice. I was listening to my speakers out there on my screened-in porch the other day, just laid out there, listening. Tom put those in when we built the home. Oh, it was great sound. I was listening to some Lumineers, BK.
Really?
Yes, I was. I was listening, falling asleep listening to the Lumineers.
Who turned you on to the Lumineers?
I got turned on to the Lumineers when I was at Roy G. Bibb's place in Idaho there.
Wow, years ago.
Oh, yeah. I don't even know what they have out now, but they had some good music. I was there at the bed and breakfast, and they had that music playing. I'm like, this is kind of catchy tunes, the Lumineers. Kind of dig that.
They do have some catchy tunes, and a lot of their songs have made it to the radio. Let me ask.
You're right.
How do you listen to your music? You got the Tom McKay AV consultation set up, as do I.
Pandora.
You're a Pandora guy. Okay.
I mean, I can talk into my phone and play what I need to play. You know, my John B. I can ask for John B.
That is more tech savvy than I thought. Well done there, sir.
Is that pretty good?
I don't know if you had some like old ass iPod or like Walkman that you were just plugging in somewhere.
I don't know anything else but Pandora. I don't know how to use any other musical device.
You got a Bluetoothed?
Yeah, I Bluetooth my Pandora. I just say what I need played and it just comes on. Comes on my car that way.
That's the power of Tom McKay right there. Is he can make the buck know how to use the Bluetooth.
Yeah, Bluetooth on my patio, just sitting there playing, having the cats jump on my lap, listening to some music, watching my neighbor over there farm as I'm sitting on the back of my rocking chair. It's good stuff, man.
Yeah, staring at your neighbor. That's not creepy at all, guy. I like that.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, last night I was staring at everybody. I hope he wasn't staring at me when I was outside with my stuff hanging out there, peeing off the back porch.
That's your own place. You're okay.
I don't think you still can whip it out, even if it's on your own property. I don't think you can walk around your own property naked.
I guess if it's outside and visible to everybody, then maybe not.
Oh, yeah, this thing was visible, brother. Yeah. With all that lightning, you kidding me?
Yeah. I don't know the rules.
And I was afraid to touch the metal, the stair with the stuff on the stairs there. I'm thinking, what's the chances of lightning hitting me? Probably pretty good. I'm not that lucky. I'm the guy that's, it happened to him again.
Well, it sounds like you had a giant rod sticking out. So,
oh,
God.
I gotta get some sleep today. I'm so tired. Those thunder boomers, man. That stuff, when I was 29 and I had a stroke, lightning, when there would be lightning around, BK, it used to give me these instant migraine headaches. And I'm glad that shit went away because last night would have been awful. Just the lightning strikes used to go through my head, and then my head used to feel like it was going to explode. And for the first 10 years after I had a stroke, that used to happen. And then that finally went away. Like all my other parts got old and worn out. So I wasn't, boy, I'm glad that doesn't happen anymore because last night would have been awful.
Thank God. No kidding. All right, quick shout out to the Lake Travis and Dripping Springs baseball teams. They won their state quarterfinal matchups over the weekend. They are moving on to the state semifinals.
Sweet. I got to believe Dripping Girls are still playing softball because they've been pretty good over the last couple of years.
I have to double check that. Apologies to Dripping Springs softball and any other Central Texas softball. I don't know if they're still moving on, but I do
Well, you
know
don't care about softball. I know how you are about softball. You
Well,
just pretend.
it sure sounds that way, right?
Yeah, you're not deep into it like I am Title IX.
It's going to be, yeah, you're the one who's going out hanging out with 14, 15, 16-year-old girls, so good for you. And you're calling them dripping girls. That's a little weird. Lake Travis will take on Atascocita in their semifinal game. Dripping Springs will take on Kingwood.
The Tigers, yes.
There you go. So congrats to both of those schools. I don't know if we have dates yet. I do know the state championship games will be at the Dell Diamond up in Round Rock. And those, I think, will take place in about a week and a half, maybe 2 weekends from now. So we'll see when these semifinal games get played. But congrats to both of those
Yes, indeed.
baseball programs for making it to the 6A semifinals. And they're in separate divisions. So Lake Travis is D1, Dripping Springs is D2. So they won't have to play each other in the championships, which means both of them can win state championships, which is awesome. So best of luck to both of those schools, and congrats for making it this far.
Very nice.
No, at Texas softball, I am a softball guy because I did watch Mike White and company win a thrilling super regional against Clemson. They dropped game 1 last Thursday. We talked about it. It's a best of 3 series. Texas went down 1-0, and they looked bad Thursday night.
They did.
They needed to win Friday and Saturday to make it to the Women's College World Series, and they won a couple of thrillers. Friday night's game went 10 innings. Baseball or softball is usually 7 innings. So this one went deep into the night, tied 5-5 after 7. Texas put up 2 runs in the top of the 10th. They got out of a jam in the bottom half of the inning to preserve the victory and force that winner-take-all game 3. And then Saturday's game, Texas was up 5-1 at one point. It looked like they were going to cruise to an easy win. It got close. The Longhorns had to hold on for a 6-5 victory.
That's when I saw, yep.
Got out of another jam in the 7th inning to lock it down. But Texas going back to the Women's College World Series for the 3rd time in 4 years.
Oklahoma's back there again, of course, in their home state. Those dudes can play. And they can hit the long ball, man.
Yeah. Well, Texas will open up the Women's College World Series against Florida. So Texas, the 6th seed, they will play the 3 seed Florida. It's actually the first game of the Women's College World Series, Thursday at 11 o'clock Central Time, a.m.
Did Texas beat them during the regular season?
Texas took 2 of 3 from Florida in Gainesville in the regular season. Now, that was a long time ago. That was the conference opening series for both teams back in March. So it's been a minute since they played, but the good news is, they have met, and Texas got the better of the Gators in the regular year. If the Horns win, they will get the winner of OU and Tennessee in the second game. Oklahoma has won 4 straight softball national championships. They're really good, and as you like to say, those dudes can play.
Those dudes can hit the long ball, man, for Oklahoma.
A lot of SEC flair. 5 of the 8 that remain are SEC teams. The entire top half is the SEC. So the top half of the bracket is the hard half, of course, where Texas is. It's Texas and Florida. It's Oklahoma and Tennessee. You've got the 2, 3, 6, and 7. So all chalk on that side of the bracket. The bottom half of the region is the 9, the 12, the 16, and an unranked Ole Miss team that upset Arkansas. So, Texas is unfortunately in the tougher half of the bracket. Now, the best case scenario for the Longhorns is you win your first 2 games, you start 2-0. But if you're Texas, you got to win the first game. If you win the first game and lose to Oklahoma, which you probably will, sadly, then you fall to the bottom bracket, which is the easier half. That might be Texas's best path to getting to the finals. Now, you're still
not losing game 1. They're going to get those dudes this time.
Well, they got Florida's game 1. So you got to beat Florida. If you lose to Florida, then you're guaranteed to stay in the top bracket, and you're probably going to have to play an elimination game against Oklahoma earlier than you want. But if you win, you want to win the first two, of course, to start 2-0. But you really want to win the first game to where if you lose the second game, you actually have a kind of favorable path to make the final. But again, you got to get by those dudes.
Yeah, man, those dudes are good.
And of course, the Women's College World Series is always in Oklahoma City, so it'll be more home games for the dudes.
Is the blonde with the glasses? Is she going to pitch every game for Oklahoma? Because she can fire it. I mean, every time I turn it on, she's on the mound.
Yeah, that's softball. The pitchers can pitch a lot more, right? Tegan Kavan pitched in all three of these games for Texas in the Super, but Oklahoma. I don't know their best players' names. I know their coach Patty Gasso is doing something right. Tired of her. I know Mike White is too.
She's looking for 5 straight national championships.
5 straight championships. Straight? Yeah, and they weren't the preseason number 1 this year. Texas actually was. And, of course, they weren't the tournament number 1. A&M was, and they choked before the Super Regional, as we all know.
Yeah, their baseball is not very good.
By the way, the team that beat A&M in softball, that was Emu and Doug from Liberty.
Oh, yeah.
They got swept and crushed by Oregon in the Super Regional.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw one of those games. I can't believe I've been watching women's softball. I mean,
it's a Title IX Tuesday. You're the Title IX guy.
Man. I've been all over. I've watched those games. I've watched the Ducks play. I watched UCLA play women's softball. I saw Clemson Tigers in Texas. I've got my full. I mean, I've watched that more than I've watched WNBA, and that's unusual.
You think Caitlin Clark is hurt?
I didn't realize that. I should know that, but I didn't. What does she do? She got a hangnail?
Oh. I think she's got a quad injury.
She goes to Ma. She will fix that nail for her.
It's a little soft tissue issue, not a hangnail.
Because they can fix that. You can get a hangnail fix that. The lady I go to for my hands. Yes.
She didn't get makeup in her eye either.
Dude, I saw Andy Reid doing a commercial where he's a hand model now. What the hell is that deal? That dude's not a real hand model. It's my commercial.
Andy Reid?
Yeah, he's doing some hand model. There's some gig where you haven't seen that one yet because you're a commercial guy. You've missed that one.
I don't know how.
They talk about he's a hand model. I don't know if he's
State Farm again. It's got to be State Farm, right?
Burgers or something.
Oh, well, I was about to say, yeah. I've seen a few commercials with him eating a bunch of food and then trying to steal Mahomes' food. But no, Steven.
He wants his nuggies.
I don't think Caitlin Clark stubbed a toe on the oven either. I don't think that's
wow.
what oh, come on.
The grill.
It's out for 2 weeks. So there you go. Hey, softball's fun, man. The college softball tournament's a good time, and it's more fun when your team has a shot. And Texas, again, it's now 3 of the last 4 College World Series that they've been to. In the 2 previous years, the Longhorns made it all the way to the finals. Of course, they lost to OU in both of those years, but hopefully the Horns can get back to the championship series, and we'll see what happens there. But they've got their work cut out for them because it is a tough slate of games, and it starts with a very, very good Florida Gators team that is ranked higher than Texas. So the Longhorns will be the quote-unquote visiting team for Game 1 on Thursday.
Very nice. You know what I need today, BK? I need a Hat Creek burger, brother. I'm looking for after what I did to that steak, after I destroyed that steak, I mean, literally destroyed the $42 steak over the weekend. I need somebody to make me some meat. And if I go to Hat Creek Burger, I know it's going to be done the right way. And they've been doing it for quite a while. Almost 25 locations in the state of Texas, born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. And folks, their meat is made to perfection, unlike the way I make meat. I can make a burger, but I can't make a Hat Creek burger. I can't do it. I don't have the right ingredients for one thing. Plus, I don't have the patience. I just throw that thing over, flip it 57 times and figure it's done. But at Hat Creek Burger, you can get made just to order just for you. And folks, some of the locations, of course, have breakfast here. Find out the location near you so you can have a great breakfast taco. Or maybe I get some pancakes since I've been eating pancakes lately. If I'm going to gyms, why am I not going to Hat Creek for some pancakes and sausage in the morning? Love the folks over at Hat Creek Burger.
How about this? They also have a great rewards program with Hat Creek and the Hat Creek app. When you sign up, you're going to get a free Little Hat burger, literally just for signing up.
Really?
Who is going to say no to a free burger? Plus, you can earn points for free food. They'll give you a free shake on your birthday, or think like your birthday week, so you don't have to go
Hey,
on
my
your
birthday is
exact
just
day.
around the corner, brother.
Shout out to Hat Creek Burger Company, man. I think I'm going to have lunch or dinner there too. I need it. I need someone's meat in my mouth, you know?
There you go.
Mm,
Didn't have enough
crazy.
meat on the boat, huh?
No, I didn't eat on the boat, actually. No meat there.
Where'd you guys go to shore? Did you hit the shore line and have a cookout then?
No, just
How
went on the
do
boat
you
for
have
a few hours.
10 females, including your girl there, and there had to be a party somewhere after, back at your
Yeah.
place, probably.
I wish. No, school night.
School night. What?
School night. School night. Oh, man. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave as well. You talk about Hat Creek. They've been around for a while. The Covert Auto
Oh,
Group
yeah.
has been around for more than 100 years. Somehow they've been around longer than the Buck has been alive. They know what they're doing. They're the best when it comes to cars, trucks, and SUVs. So if you are in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our great friends at Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. They've got 3 dealerships featuring 7 different brands. They've got 42 acres of vehicles. So if you don't know exactly what you want, you can go online to covertbeecave.com and check out their inventory there, or you can just drive by the lot and walk around for a couple of hours.
Yeah, I got to go by. I got to go by there because the old brown doo-doo brown is gone. I'm needing.
Oh, you got rid of it.
The truck is gone. Yes, I got rid of it this weekend.
Pour
Kid
some
needed
out.
it. Kid needed a truck, and like I said, 17 years ago, I paid $500 from a farmer for that truck, and I got it to a kid. I'm gonna tell you, it was for less than that price. I got it to a young kid that wanted to have a truck to start, and his old man didn't want to have one of these brand new big trucks. I got it to him. I said, "I believe me, I got more than $500 worth out of that truck in 17 years. Air conditioning still worked, but I need to get one of those little, like Tacomas or something, one of those little small trucks that would fit into the shed.
Sure.
That truck is so monstrous. What I'm trying to tell you is I'm going to do less work on the property. So I need less, I need more space. I need a little bit smaller truck. So I don't know what if some of these trucks are called. I think Ford makes a smaller kind of bed truck. That's what I need. I'm a little
Maverick?
guy. I need a little truck. You know what I'm
Maybe
saying?
I think Ford Maverick, maybe what you're talking
That's
about.
it. That's the one.
You can get the Honda Ridgeline is another one of those trucks with the
Look at
smaller
you,
bed.
little truck guy, little
Look, the
rug
next.
munching truck. Yeah.
Whoa.
The Ford Explorer. I owned a Ford Explorer at one time, when those little trucks. And I got T-boned in that truck.
Rug. Well, Explorer's not a truck. That's a big SUV, right?
Yeah, well, I think that Ford makes a truck called an Explorer. I think that's what it was called.
I think
It
they
had a little
used to
small
have
bed.
they used to have an Explorer with a bed back in the day. I don't think they make those anymore.
I don't think they make them anymore either.
Yeah,
There's something
Chevy.
called a Frontiera or something like that.
Yeah,
too.
Nissan Frontier, Chevy
That's what I think,
Colorado,
Frontier, yeah.
Toyota Tacoma. Those are like the smaller.
I like the way that Tacoma looks.
Yeah. Yeah, so that'll get you something. But a rug munching truck, is that what?
Yeah. Carpet munching or whatever. That's what they
No,
said
that's
when
your
I used to.
Subaru. I don't think any of those trucks are
That's what
carpet
they call. That's
munchers.
what they call that Ford Explorer. Somebody said, "You got a little rug munching, carpet munching truck." I'm like, "Really?"
That is tough.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm not getting the Camino. El Camino, no. I
Mm.
can't put dirt. You don't put dirt in the back of your El Camino. You have to sleep back there sometimes. You don't put a bunch of dirt and stuff back there. I need one that I can, but I don't need a bed that's got to be all fancied up. You know what I'm saying? Mine was just made out of metal. So I don't need to have the fancy bed back there. Like I'm afraid to use it as a truck. I'm going to use that bitch as a truck. That's what I use it for.
There you go.
I got another cruising car.
You're going to need it after the 25th annual Mullet Open. I feel like that's what you use the truck for the most, is picking up stuff for that
Picking
event.
up booze.
Picking up booze. All right, we got time for one more story today, Buck. We can
All
either
right.
get you the latest on the New Orleans area prison break, or we could talk about the big change coming to United Airlines.
I need an airline story. We can get the prison break tomorrow.
Okay. United Airlines. Are you a United guy?
I'm an American guy again. Remember, my next trip is on American Airlines.
Okay.
I'm back to American Airlines.
Let me ask you this before we dive into the details here. I think I know the answer to this already, but I'll let you answer for the people. Are you one of those guys that gets to the airport super early? Or are you one of those guys who's like, man, I want to get to my gate like right before boarding so I don't have to sit around and wait forever?
I'm no less than 2 hours and 15 minutes in the airport sitting down. I go there super early. I want to be relaxed. Once again, I have to eyeball the people that are going to act up on the plane that I know that I have to stab in the neck with a fork or something like that. I need to know who that's going to be. Or the mama who's breastfeeding her 15-year-old. I need to know if she's going to cause a problem, or condom lady's going to show up. Yeah, I got to get there early so I see what they act like before they get on the plane.
Two things I'd really like to see at an airport: someone get stabbed with a fork, and a model breastfeeding somebody. 2 hours and 15 minutes?
Yes, you got to be there. Yes.
That much time?
Yes, I can't go running. I can't run and be there all of a sudden. Group A. I can't do that. I would be out of my mind.
Oh my gosh, but what about like an hour before?
It's like dark. The flight leaves when the sun is up, and I'm there when it's really dark. I'm good with that.
That's too early, man. Like, you're wasting so much time at the airports. You could be doing
That's
something
fine.
better.
I can sit. I can look at my phone, do some news thing. I got to see the grown man that brings his own pillow from his house. I'm like, what is wrong with you, soft dude? Leave your pillow at the house. I love to see that when a grown man comes in, not with a neck thing on. Zay wears a neck thing to just go to Hat Creek Burger. He's got to have his neck brace on. But I want when those grown men come and they have the pillow from their home and they're taking it on the plane. What a bunch of babies. Leave that shit at your house.
Damn.
Yeah, there's etiquette in traveling, and to bring your own nasty ass pillow on a plane, no thank you.
So you're okay with a neck pillow, but not the full size pillow?
No, I don't want the full Monty on a plane. Take that, leave it at your house.
I don't think I've ever brought a plane on a pillow. Nope. I don't think I've ever brought a pillow on a plane. I used to, like on road trips, I would take my pillow with me. And I'm just like, it just takes up too much space and whatever. I'll just use the hotel ones now. But I've never brought a full pillow on a plane. It's too much to carry.
Isn't it just too much?
Yeah.
I'll go.
I'm not going to shank anybody like you are for doing it, though. But
I would shank. I get aggravated pre-boarding,
So, well, okay, this is not going to affect you then. So this will affect plenty of travelers out there, but it sounds like you're on the opposite end of the spectrum of this. Starting on June 3rd, like next week, June 3rd, yes. United Airlines has announced that it will require all domestic passengers to check in at least 45 minutes ahead of departure.
Only makes sense, yes.
Well, the previous rule was 30 minutes, right? Like as long as you're checked in more than 30 minutes before your flight, you're good. So you can be one of those last minutes, hey, I want to get through security and I want to get to the gate when the plane is boarding so I don't have to just sit around for 2 hours and 15 minutes like Bucky does. They are changing the rule. It was 30 minutes. Now it's up to 45 minutes. That is the cutoff. And those who don't meet that cutoff will be left behind. No questions. Doesn't sound like there are any exceptions either.
I'm good with that. Leave their ass there.
Why do you have to be there that early?
You need to get to know your fellow passengers. And if there's help needed on restraining certain people, you need to find out who's going to be the ones that get up and stand up in the plane and make a maneuver. That's going to be me. I'm going to help. I'm going to be there for the people on the plane.
They're
going to call Air Marshal Buck.
Hey, I'm glad that you're Air Marshal Buck. That's great. We don't need everybody to be an Air Marshal. We don't need everybody.
I'm going to need some help, though.
That's fine. You're not alone. There are plenty of people who get to the airport super early, but also, there are plenty of people who show up like right on time. That's what I want to be. I want to be right on time guy. And now I got to get there 15 minutes earlier.
I don't want, will the Kellner family please report to gate 6? I don't want to hear that when I'm sitting on a plane. I'm like, leave them. Leave all of them. Leave all the Kellners behind. We got to go.
Or if it's the Kellners, it's like, oh, you checked in an hour and a half, but we're going to cancel Kellner's ticket here. We don't want him on the plane. He's got to go. So, yeah, there you go. United says the change will help with efficiency and it will streamline their boarding process.
Probably not, but that's a good lie to start us out with.
You know what I have to say to that?
What's that?
That's what I have to say to that.
All right. I know it's not good.
Oh, you couldn't hear it? It didn't play?
No, it didn't play.
Oh, man. I got this new toy that allows us to play drops quicker, but apparently you can't hear it.
Play
So
them
it doesn't.
quick.
All right, well, I gotta adjust that then on the fly. All right, we'll bring on the fellas here. Cutting into
All right,
the time.
Buck's got to go. He's got places he got to go, and he's got to eat breakfast today.
Later, Buck.
Ooh.
Okay.
What'd you get? I'm curious. What'd you get? A Stream Deck?
Stream Deck.
Did you?
Yeah, you have one of those, don't you?
Yeah, my guy.
Dude,
nice.
Now you can put your little macros in there and get your little sounders.
Well, apparently not. You guys can't hear this?
Oh yeah,
I can't hear it.
I heard. No, I'm kidding. I don't hear shit.
Wow, that doesn't help with the test if you guys are lying. You
Yeah,
can't
it's
hear.
No, I'm kidding. I really can't.
Probably have to be on a
dude,
separate channel.
Whenever we get off, if you can't figure it out, just hit me up, dude, and I'll we'll figure it out.
It's
We'll
weird
do
because
that.
I can hear it. I can hear it coming off of my computer. So
that's got to be your output then, right?
Yeah, I'll adjust it. Oh my God, I've been playing all these drops for the last like 2 or 3 days since I got this thing, and I just assume Bucky's like been reacting to him. I feel like, but apparently he hasn't been, and no one else has been listening.
Maybe it's coincidental, or maybe he's just having. Yeah, dude.
Look at
The
all these
Elgato
pictures I
Stream
have.
Deck. Look at you. You got your pictures on there and everything, man. You
I
got your
don't know,
thumbnails in there.
It's too hard to see, but you've got the rock with the shut up B.
Shut up, bitch.
You got a Japanese flag with no disrespect.
Do you have the ever famous midget call?
Yep, we do.
Louisiana.
That's got to be just like a one-click fix, man. Honestly,
You can't see, but there's a picture of Lee Corso for that one. And I just
so
played
fast.
it thinking
Not
you guys
so
can
fast.
hear it.
So
That's a shame.
Does that thing Bluetooth in? Because I've got
it's wired. It's hardwired.
Oh, okay. I've got a separate like phone, so I can take like phone calls, but I have to have that plugged into it's not that complicated, but it's complicated to explain.
I'm trying to think on why it's not playing off the top of my head, just off the cuff, and it's got to be just like a simple routing issue.
I know.
Where the outsource
Wires,
man.
Wires.
A whole bunch of wires and shit. How was y'all's
Spaghetti.
weekend? Good.
Yeah, it was good. A lot of time in water or around water,
Yeah.
which is always good. A lot of good sports watching as well. Congrats to Alex Palou for winning the Indy 500. That guy is winning every IndyCar race this year, apparently. He's off to a great start. But yeah, NBA, NHL, college baseball, lacrosse, little college lacrosse. Sorry about your Terps yesterday, Wag.
Who were you watching lacrosse with?
Me, myself, and I. I think I've told you this. My old man played at Texas back in the day, so I've always been a lacrosse fan. Never played for some reason. I would have been good because I wasn't good at anything else. But that's like a tradition.
Would have been a face-off specialist like my cousin.
Yeah, that's about all I could have been, if anything, because anything that requires running around would not have been good for me. But yeah, sorry to your Terps. Congrats to the nerds at Cornell for winning. So yeah, it was good. How about you guys?
Made a big family decision. And now we gotta come up with the follow through here. But yeah, that's with this next bonus check, I'm putting in a swimming pool. That's it. That's the big one, Clark.
Whoa,
that's a lot of work, dude. Once it's done,
you know what? It will be work that I will welcome in full-heartedly because it will get me out of the house. It'll get me out of this dungeon
to the backyard.
And it's kind of like having a boat, but only you get to use your boat every day. You know what I mean? You're out there. You're gonna have to scrub the tiles. You're gonna have to check the acid and the pH levels and everything. I was a lifeguard back in the day.
Level.
There you go. Congrats.
Way to go, man.
I don't know if McCall Custom Homes does pools.
So that's what we're gonna be. We're gonna be throwing some ideas out there to the good people and the partners of this great program, and we're gonna be seeing what we can do and make some magic happen. And then of course we got to have everybody over for the pool, and except for cousin Eddie, he can't swim, but.
Well, I was talking last week that when I used to be a runner, Wags, I would go out running and then go jump in the community pool. Now I'm going to run to your neighborhood and go jump in your pool.
You're
sweating.
More than what you just gotta take a bath before you jump in. That's all.
No, that is the bath.
You can't use it as your bath.
Chlorine.
How isn't your son about to go off to college? How pissed is he?
That's why we're doing it. We're using it as a way to entice him to stay.
Well, they always come back, and he is now not going to leave.
No, so here is the thought process, right? So he's actually going to stay at home for one semester instead of going off to Ole Miss, right? Because he wants to get to UT eventually. And we think we're pretty sure that he can get there after he goes for one semester at ACC and then transfers in. Like, it sucks to do that, but that's where he wants to be ultimately.
Sure.
Why waste it off at another university and why go to the place that you don't want to be on? Don't settle for something that you don't want to be at, right? So ultimately, that's where he wants to go. But now with our thought process was, all right, he's going to be here instead of him, potentially drinking and having a disaster happen at night. We're going to have our friends over, or what we can host his friends, and they can all stay here, and we know that he's safe. And if anybody, I have the wherewithal and the fortitude to take people's keys. Like, I don't mind doing that. If you're drinking at the house, guess what, buddy? You're staying here. You know what I mean? We got plenty of beds here. You're going to stay here. I don't know if he's going to do that out and about, but I do know that he will do that if he's here. And so his friends, so will his friends. But there was a lot of things went into this process with the decision. So ultimately we settled on it, and that's it. Clark Griswold. That's the big one. That's where we're going. There you go.
That's big time. Yeah. That's
we're not going. We thought we were going to leave. You know what I mean? We thought we might be moving, within 2 or 3 years, but now that we're going to stay here, we're going to enjoy life.
See, BK, this is where this is like the evolution of parenting, which you will learn, I'm sure, at some point on your own schedule. So
he was a part of that process already. He was a part of the detachment.
Well, the whole act of parenting, causing it is fun, but once you actually decide to plant that seed, so we're on the opposite end of the spectrum around here, to where it's like, we're done. So we've had those discussions also. So what Tracy and I are doing next, we're going full hot tub in the back.
Hang on.
Well, it's already hot, Rodney.
I don't care. Hot tub.
It's already hot.
Hot tub.
Yeah.
We're doing
go stand outside for a few minutes.
Yeah. We're gonna have our hot tub with the pool too, but I mean,
I'll go to the community pool. We're gonna do hot tub is coming up.
We'll have parties. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because you can't shit in your own pool. You can shit in the community pool, but you can't in your. Those are the rules.
You gotta get nutty. You gotta get nutty in other people's pools, right?
Look, I pay $32 a month in HOA fees and get nothing back. I'm going to give them something, and that's my urine in their pool.
That's
the way that works.
Don't be nutting in pools or whatever Wag said. There's your tip.
Nutty. You got to get nutty.
Oh, sorry.
That's crazy.
All right. Well, congrats, Wags. Excited to hear more about that, and excited to hear y'all's show. I'll be tuned in.
Later, brother. Be good.
Okay, man.
My dude, welcome in everybody to another wonderful edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Wags. That is my partner in crime, my co-host, Double R, Rodney Rodriguez. You can find us on the socials, on InstaFace. I'm out there at the Wagner Wire, and then on InstaFace, Rodney's at _Rodney R, and then on Twitter /brand X, he is the Rodney R, and then I'm not the fake Wags. If you're out and about, if you're immobile, if you're looking to get some pool supplies or something like that, and you're mobile and just on the move, maybe you're heading down to St. Patrick's too to talk to Jay and Corbin, give us a call on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Again, those lottery numbers are 512-222-9328. And smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. My dude, how are you, good sir? Did you drink a lot of beer, some cervezas this weekend?
I was working part of the weekend, and I had to get back Sunday early for Indianapolis. So I left DFW. I was back here by 11.
Which corner were you on?
I was over there at TMS Corner, where I always am, right over there on Raceway Drive. I had another event over there. I had a truck show that I was working for the company. But man, I love that pool idea. Like I was telling you last week,
dude. Texas is too hot.
I've got a dude across the street that's doing it. That's a guy that I was saying last week, where I'm like, "Hey, buddy," I never talked to him, and I'm like, "Hey, buddy, how's it going?" So it that really is a cool thing. That really is a cool thing.
Like, I don't know. It's investing in your life too, right? When you're thinking about it, like, not that I'm like, moving in a geriatric state or anything like that, but I'm waking up and shoulders are tight, and you move less and less each day.
A lot of that's the hot tub thing for us, Wags, because it's like, you know, like my wife is like, she works out more than I do now. And she's constantly sore. She's like, man, if we had a hot tub, that would be great. And I just live in pain because I've got a bunch of things that don't work well anymore. And that's cool. And at the same time, you can enjoy the hot tub like we're talking about with different things, man. But that's something right there where, especially in my opinion, if you said something, if you're going to stay there, if that's going to be your spot, because a lot of people are, and there's positives and negatives on resale when it comes to pools. But if you're going to be there and you're going to use it a bunch,
right.
Absolutely.
And also, and you've been in real estate too. Like, it increases the value of the property, but not as much as what you invest into
Most
it, of course.
Yeah.
But also it's how long are you going to be in the home for? We anticipate at least 10 years plus. So why not invest in that? And also, like, I don't want to pull the curtain too far back, but I'm very fortunate with my benefits and everything that Texas, like this state, gives veterans and stuff, to where my mortgage payment isn't that high, right? Like, and being able to kind of skip on property tax because of veteran status, like that helps out a lot too. So it's just time. Like, it is time. So we're gonna sell the Prius. We're selling the Prius. I don't drive anywhere. I don't need a car. If I can Uber like Rod Babers, you know what I mean, all over the place if I need to be, or I can get my kid to take me around. There
you go.
Yeah, it's just time. It's ready to happen.
That's massive that you said that, because that's something that I talk about all the time, and I always found it really hard. And this is another reason that I got out of real estate. I mean, I was just kind of tired of preaching things where I'm like, I don't really know. Same thing with us. Our mortgage payment is jack shit, nothing. And we have a big house in a great neighborhood, but the great neighborhood is the problem, because we don't escrow.
Safety's not cheap. Right?
Yeah. We don't escrow, because my wife is just so diligent with everything she does. It's like, we don't escrow. So we pay that mortgage payment every month, and there's very little going out the door, but then we get that tax bill at the end of the year, and it's like, holy smoke. So that's where I'm so glad that this state does actually, yourself is who I'm talking about right here, that has earned that, to where you don't have to deal with all that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a very nice benefit.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what we were talking about all weekend long. Besides watching the sports, we've been.
Well, I saw you posted a beautiful picture on social. Were you guys out? Did y'all have a family?
Yeah, we did like a graduation. Did a little dinner for Reed and everything. My dad was in town for the week, and so we just took the time to go on out and have some grub, and then come on back and watch some more sports. So that's and it was that's just it too, right? Like, my dad was in town for a week, and we basically just sat inside and watched TV and stuff because of how hot it was. And he's 70. I don't want to force him to go all over God's creation, especially in this hell box, the heat box of Texas here. But I would, he wants to be outside and everything too. So, I mean, hell, next time he comes over, you can take a dip in the pool or something like that, man.
There you go. Great advice right here from Jake. And there's always a situation. One of my best buddies, he doesn't drink. He had a problem that he had to take care of. So he's done that. He no longer consumes any kind of alcohol, but that dude likes sports, likes doing things. He doesn't mind being in an environment where there is the alcohol presence. And he's always like, to a bunch of guys, he's like, let's go. I'll drive. He said, I'll drive. Yeah. So, I mean, call it a chauffeur, call it a good buddy. That's really the way to do that. But yeah, congratulations, man. Very exciting. Also want to mention, you said there about graduation and so forth. Congratulations to the Dripping Springs Tigers, the Lake Travis Cavaliers, as they are headed to Dell Diamond in the 6A state playoffs, and that is this weekend. I actually reached out to Ryan Rogers, head coach of the Lake Travis Cavaliers, yesterday. Said he might try to find some time for us, Wags. Maybe we can get him in this week, kind of get a preview of Lake Travis. So we'll see. Maybe we can do that for Drip as well.
Hey, well, maybe we can reach out to Slosh and see if we can get Slosh on the show, because they got some big games coming up too here, hosting a regional here.
How great is that,
dude? We got Houston Christian on the slate first, and that's on May 30th. So we'll break that down a little bit more in a few days here. But yeah, shout out to the Longhorns. We got the news over the weekend here that we would be hosting. We've kind of figured that we would be hosting as well. But it'd be nice to continue to host all throughout these before we go to Omaha, right? Like, it would be absolutely fantastic. But yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm hoping that the Longhorns' arms can be rested in time and not have to go through too much wherewithal and leaps and bounds through or just exhaustion throughout this regional. Kansas State might be, I'm pretty sure that Kansas State is better than UTSA. I don't want to assume.
I don't know, man.
But yeah, I think, I do like the draw that we have. The pick of the litter, of course, in this regional. I think we should be able to come out unscathed.
Yeah, hopefully so.
But Rodney, you just said it's baseball, bro. It's baseball.
And you know what's so great about this? And with Houston Christian, that's a 2:00 game. Actually, Mark Pena, who you hear here every week, reached out to him yesterday. I'm like, dude, how do I get there Friday? He's like, just show up.
Is it 2? I thought it was 1.
Maybe it is 1. Maybe it is 1. Yeah, maybe I saw 2 Eastern. He's like, just show up. He's like, get over here. Get over here and come be a part of Occupy Left Field. Spend the weekend with us. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be home.
Going out there.
I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm used to being out in the heat.
Yeah, we should get Mark on here every now and then.
Well, he does in the mornings with the guys. We could roll him over on a different day, kind of get a good spin on that. But it's, what's so cool about the baseball part, and with everything that we talk about with football and basketball and so forth. Which, by the way, why don't we go bracket crazy about doing baseball? We have a bracket challenge, right? Isn't that weird?
I don't know.
Isn't that crazy?
Maybe because there's double elimination.
I guess so. I guess that's probably what it is. But I was printing that bracket yesterday, and I'm like, why is there not the frenzy that we see in college baseball or college basketball? But what I love about baseball is you go through this bracket.
Marketing, there's not a March Madness. There's not something that can roll off the tongue like that.
There's not, it doesn't totally consume CBS and TNT and True TV for better part of
spring slammer, the summer slam, that's just dog days of doom. It just doesn't roll off the tongue. It doesn't sell.
What's always been so cool to me about college baseball is once you get to this point, you get the regionals going where you go through this bracket wags, and yeah, you have Texas, you have Florida, you have all these SEC teams, Arkansas, Auburn, but then you look at the other teams that are in this and it's like, oh, okay, who is that? Where is that? I mean, just look here. Houston Christian. I mean, UTSA. I mean, those are teams, and this bracket is inundated with those schools where
doesn't Rice have a good team every now and then? Doesn't Rice field a good baseball team every now and then?
Rice has been great. I mean, but you look at this stuff and you're like, Holy Cross, Cal Poly, Fairfield, Central Connecticut State,
1 AA, Division 3s, mid majors.
Yeah, and that's where we talk about, like, I don't disrespect Texas State at all, but when we see Texas State on that Texas baseball calendar, it's like, okay, they're good. They are good, and that's a great UTSA.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you? I got to go up on a schedule here. I'm pretty sure UTSA beat the Longhorns in the regular season.
They did.
Okay.
They did. It was that one blemish in that incredible run when they were winning 7 or 8 state series.
Yes, they did. They lost in 12 innings, 7-8.
Yeah. Man, I'll tell you, Steven, actually, if you would drop that on the Coda text line. Don't do it here. We don't want a coach to get blown up. So drop it on the Coda text line, and Wags and I will see what we can do, because I think it will be good to talk to both coaches. I know we don't do a lot of high school here, but this is a pretty big deal, getting to play at Dell Diamond. But so this will be a lot of fun. And I think for Texas, you come out and you preserve and you win your regional, and then you are going to get somebody from the left coast that's going to be coming in. I'm assuming that would be UCLA or one of those. But again, you see the dominance of the SEC: Vanderbilt number 1, Texas, Arkansas number 3, Auburn, LSU number 6, Georgia number 7. So of your top 8, there you go, SEC.
All beatable too. All beatable.
All beatable. It's right there. So hopefully that happens for Texas. And again, that's 13 SEC teams in that bracket.
Correct me if I'm wrong, there was 13 SEC teams for basketball too, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because the whole consensus there was if you get 14, you're going to break the record, which they didn't.
Well, I don't know. Was 14 considered?
Did Texas count?
That's what I'm saying, because it was a play-in.
Yeah, I think, and that's so weird. Where with the basketball tournament, where it's like, if you're in the play-in, you're considered in.
I think that does constitute as in.
Yeah.
So I think it might be 14 of 16 teams for basketball, and then 13 teams in for baseball.
Isn't that weird? I think if you're in a play-in, you're not actually in until you.
I don't know. Well, I mean, we can definitely say that it was 13 teams, but 14 on the bubble there. So
yeah.
Anyways, partner. We had some NBA to deal with over the weekend. We had some NHL as well. I mean, we kind of know. I guess Carolina is gonna make a little bit.
They're about to go on a run, dude. Did you see that?
Come on,
3-0. Come on, man.
It's been 3 years since they have put up a goal, and again, they looked great the other night. But it's been 3 years before that since they put up a goal in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Is that? I read that, and I
crazy.
swear that I read it wrong.
Crazy, nuts. Like that.
In the finals?
Like you have to look at it 3 or 4 times to be like, is that the real stat? Yeah, man. It's they just don't have. They're usually really sound defensively, right? But again, that defense can only hold up for so long. Okay, and then you can be as disciplined as you want and not go on the power play and or have tremendous kills, right? But also, if you can't score, you're just not going, or if you can't even keep the puck in the opponent's offense or in your offensive zone, that you're just you're establishing the other team to have dominance on your defense, on your pairs, and on your goalie. Like, they will just not get a breather. All right. Now, everybody knows the goalies don't come off the ice all game long,
right.
But when the puck's down at the other end, they can relax. They can,
you got a little time.
They can stand up a little bit, and they can take a little bit of a breather and hang, get some water off the net and hang on the net a little bit until, the puck starts to get into the neutral ice, right? If you're constantly in the O-zone, you don't give that goalie a break, and he's just worn down, and that's going to factor into the later periods. And sure as shit, that's usually what happens, right? But for Carolina, a miracle happened the other night to where they didn't just score; they shut them out. They shut out Florida, who has been putting up 5-6 goals per game here, Rodney, looking like the Edmonton Oilers, right?
Absolutely.
That buzzsaw, man. Sam Bennett's just been on a tear. Now Chucky's coming back. Marchand, we've talked about this, man. The moves that Florida was able to make that actually, I would say, catapulted them up to the top. Because, I mean, they were the defending champs, but they weren't really making a splash at this thing, right? Like, Florida had the defense, but they had guys injured. Now they have, I think they got 3 lines that can absolutely dominate. So,
man, I'm glad you clarified that, because I read that. That. And I'm like,
it's legit. They have been that bad for 3 years in the conference final.
How? Oh, so how in the hell do that's crazy. That is absolutely
matchups. Crazy. I want to say Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
I want to say they went up against Tampa Bay a couple of years, right? And I think they hit Florida last year too in the conference finals. No, they did. I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah, and with this game here,
they had to have.
Right. And with this game right here, I mean, I think it's kind of the same thing that we saw with Minnesota in the game prior, to where it's like, okay, there's that game. I mean, Minnesota just domination there in the game that they won. But I think that
won like 40 points or whatever.
Yeah. And that's what I thought as I'm watching this. I'm like, oh, okay, here's Carolina's one little burst. And if anything, they're going to, now totally get knocked out right away. But
hockey's a weird game, right? Like, hockey's different. Like, if you find a crack in in the armor or whatever, maybe you can continue to wear it down. But I just think Florida's too good of a team. You want to talk about bounce back? Like, Florida's gonna be fine. They're gonna bounce back from this, and it's probably gonna be a shellacking. Like, this was maybe just a night off. But Brendan Moore's squad, give them some credit. They fought. Like, I thought they were going to be done, and honestly, this still might cost Brendan Moore his job. So,
Well, and that's what it really does seem like to me, Wags, to where with basketball, it's definitely a game of runs. I mean, that happens every time. And that's why we're seeing, trimming 20-point deficits and coming back and winning games. That's been constant throughout the playoffs. But it does seem like with hockey, when this happens, I mean, if anything, it just it exposes something in the better team at this point. And then they just come out and it's like lights out and they're absolutely going to pummel the opponent.
The 2-goal lead in hockey is still like the hardest goal or the hardest lead to hold on to, it seems, right? But when goals are just very few and far between,
hard to come by,
scarcity. The scarcity of a goal in a hockey game is, I mean, if you see 5, that's a lot. That's a ton of goals. Hell, if you see a combine, if you see 3 on one team and 2 on the other, that's a lot of goals, right? I mean, it's changed since the rules, made it more advantageous for the offense, but still, like, it's usually a low scoring game. It's just when you have that advantage, when you have especially a 3-goal advantage, you can pretty much say that it's done, right? It's kind of not. I don't think it's like basketball to where you have a fighting chance if you got a 10-point lead, right? Or if you got a 10-point disadvantage. Usually you can come back from that. That's not unsurmountable, right?
Yeah.
In hockey, 3 goals is kind of death. It's just tough.
And it just seems like, because we talk about it countless times in basketball, to where it's like, okay, you name the team, they have this it appears insurmountable lead, and then it looks like they kind of step back a little bit. But it just seems like to me in hockey, it's impossible to step back because the game is so freaking fast and physical.
Well, usually when you get when you're up 3, you're okay. But if you're up 2, usually it's like there's a natural lull that happens, and then the other team is like, all right, we're right there. We got a fighting chance. But if 3, usually you're crushed. 2, and Jake says it right here. It's the hardest lead to hold. It's death almost. So it's tough, man.
It just seems like the physicality of it, the physicality of the game just seems to make it impossible to come back from 3 goals.
But the 2-goal lead is a mental thing, I think, instead of a physical thing. But yeah, I mean, but physicality in hockey, though, they kind of go through anything and everything to callous up and get where they need to be. I don't ever doubt a hockey player.
No, same here. We were talking about that last week, where these guys are playing with broken bones and all these different things, and just injuries that will sideline any other athlete. And you see, like, these other guys, I can't play. I've got a jam finger. I guarantee you never heard that from a hockey player.
I got a hangnail.
Oh, yeah. You talking about Caitlin Clark? Come on now.
She doesn't have a hangnail. Is that what it is? Does she got a hangnail?
She's got a quad strain.
Oh.
she's got a quad strain.
Well, the WNBA is going to be down in viewership for a while until Caitlin Clark comes back.
2 weeks. She's going to be out 2 weeks, and that's a big deal right there. It's going to be a little bit of a ratings drop with her out, but she's really fun to watch. I did watch her a little bit over the weekend. She's not really good at what she does.
Female or a male thing to me. She can fucking play, right? Like, she's good.
Yeah.
She's just really good at basketball.
Yeah. And it goes back to, because I see so many people. I mean, I see it in racing all the time, because there are a lot of, very attractive female racing drivers that maybe aren't that great. And it's like, well, they're only there because of their looks. And that's true, because it's a lot of marketing. Look, Caitlin Clark is
Where are you going with this?
Because I'm gonna say Caitlin Clark is one hell of a basketball player, but she doesn't give that supermodel vibe. You know what I'm saying? She just looks like a lady that plays basketball really well.
She looks like my cousin. Like, what do you want me to say, man?
Right.
Like,
she would not be on Athlete Wednesday.
No,
you know.
I don't think we have to make it into a, she's not pretty, so that's why she can play. Is that what you're saying? Like, where are you going with this?
A lot of people go there to where it's like, well, she's only successful because she's attractive, or she's only successful because she has a great ass. Well, I mean, Caitlin Clark is a great basketball player.
They're saying that about Caitlin Clark, that she's got a great ass.
Oh, because she's attractive. Because she's attractive. I'm like, I mean, she's attractive.
I missed that parade, bud. I didn't see that one, but
she's attractive.
I mean, I guess
Sabrina
I'll
Carpenter.
follow your lead on that one.
No, that's all. We'll just leave it at that because I got to go to the doctor in a few weeks, and I'll have that same nurse practitioner that comes in to give me a shot and is talking about you and I talking about women's sports on this program. So I'll just
You brought it up, not me.
I'll just leave it at that. WNBA is unwatchable. Come on now. Hey, they pass the ball a lot. I'll say that. I do like that they pass the ball around a lot.
This one from Vivo Lance Jason quoting Heat right here. Oh, but she's got a great ass. And you got your head.
A lot of people do. I mean, a lot of people do. Look, if I was going to go down my list of attractive WNBA players, I only know a few of them. She's not on it. But if I'm going to go down my list of the great basketball players, she's on it. So, yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah. Enough
thanks
of that.
for making it about looks, Rodney. Where you want to go next, buddy?
That's our misogynistic
changing the channel on a misogynistic. Oh no. It is
not
it's Monday,
Tuesday.
buddy. It is Tuesday. It is 2 for Tuesday here.
Yeah. There's the Sophie Cunningham thought. I was waiting for that. But
is that the one that just got traded to? Is that the basketball player that just got traded to the Fever?
Yeah, to the Fever. Yeah, where there may have been some, and they've got another one. There's like Hull, Lexi is another one. I think that's quite attractive.
They got another one.
Another attractive player. Another attractive.
We are batting 1,000 here today, buddy. We ain't winning no award today, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, misogynistic Monday or Tuesday award.
Change the channel. Where are we going?
Let's go along the lines of the hockey. So how about our Dallas Stars right here, man? Edmonton has now surged ahead there, and I don't know, dude. I thought that Dallas would jump out 2-1 in this, but not happening, man. Not happening. Skinner.
Yeah, he came. Skinner is alive, like we mentioned from time to time when they play Dallas. No, it's. I mean, got to get back on the special teams. The boys got to get on the power play here. I don't think it's rocket science when you're breaking down these two teams, both offensive juggernauts here. But which defense is going to actually be able to withstand the buzzsaw, right?
Mm-hmm.
I still have advantage Dallas. I think Dallas has the best defense, not just offensive defenseman, but just the best defenseman on the ice with Miro Heiskanen. Also, you got to think that I would think that Ottinger is better than Skinner or Pickard, which either one is in the net. But look, it's that super line, right? That super line of Draisaitl and McDavid. Like how much can you keep them off the board, or how long can you keep them off the board? And after they wear you down a little bit, then line 2 starts going. Nugent Hopkins starts getting busy with it as well. So Edmonton's tough. Edmonton's a really tough offensive team. I still think Dallas has the fortitude to actually pull ahead and take this conference final. Look, it's going to be the same as we saw last year. Right, like it's gonna go to 7. I don't think anything less, right? But ultimately, in my opinion, the winner of this series needs to make it happen sooner than later, rather. And you got to be able to rest your legs, because Florida's going to take care of that. Like Florida is going to take care of Carolina. They will be rested, and they will be waiting on a team that has basically been battered and bruised all throughout the conference finals, and they'll just be licking their chops and waiting for either team, Edmonton or Dallas. I said Florida was going to be the strongest team to go out in the Stanley Cup playoffs. It looks like that's coming to fruition.
Yeah, it just seems like
they just got hot at the right time, dude. And it's still a lot can still happen, right? We still got a couple more weeks in this tournament, but I mean, they made great moves at the turn, and they just got hot.
Yeah,
everybody got healthy too.
Yeah, it just seems like with Dallas. I mean, when you get in when you get in the power play, when you get in the 5-on-5, I mean, you take a lot of shots, but you're just not nailing them. And I mean, I know that's a very bland observation, but when you take as many shots and you can't nail a goal, I mean that's going to be a problem.
I mean, shots on goal usually does translate to goals for me too. Like if you're only having 10, I mean, and it's not every game that you're going to get a miracle where you're putting 3 goals in on 5 shots, right? Yeah. Like that usually doesn't happen. But if you don't have shots up into like the 20 or 30 column, then it's probably going to be a dull night for you guys, right? Or you just can't get any offense, mustered up or anything.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, and I think
you got to be able to play hockey in the offensive zone, right?
Yeah,
Or else you're just going to get dominated.
And it seems like to me that Edmonton has done a phenomenal job here in the last couple of games on the misses going back the other direction, and like basketball on the defensive play going back the other way. When Edmonton takes the puck and goes back the other way, they're doing a really good job with that. And that's I don't know.
And I mean, also too, like you can't go into the box, right? You can't give the opposition special teams, or you can't give them a power play. So that's usually going to come back to bite you in the ass. And I think which either team, can stay clean and is disciplined and honestly utilize their special teams to their advantage. That's not a hot take. That's usually who wins the game. And between these two games that are as equally, I think, matched on the offensive front, that's what it's going to come down to. You got to stay disciplined, and you got to get on special teams. Yeah,
I think that this series is going to be one where the other series, we're kind of joking around about there, but that one's essentially done. But I think this is one where you are going to have the back and forth here, where Dallas is going to respond, and this one very likely, I think, goes the distance. To be honest with you, Wags, by the time it's all said and done. But two drastically different series, because Edmonton and Dallas are going to continue to battle this out, and it really is going to be with the goalies.
Now, I would think the advantage would be to Edmonton tonight, but if Dallas can steal, and I say steal, I only say steal because they're on the road. But if Dallas can steal the win tonight, I know it'll be even, but I would still propel Dallas as the favorites of this conference final over Edmonton if they can steal the win tonight.
Yeah, I think if Dallas can get that, I'm with you. I think if Dallas can get that win tonight, that is huge in this series. I mean, that kind of gives you that upper advantage as the series continues. So,
have you ever gone against the grain with my thoughts in hockey, or have you always gone with the grain?
No, I mean, I think anybody would agree with that one. I haven't gone against you because, dude, you are my pro.
I'm not a hockey mogul. I'm not.
You are my pro. That's like if I sit here and tell you, I think the greatest car on the track at Indy the other day was Stingray Rob.
Here goes Jake. If we lose tonight, the series is over. I don't think so, buddy. But
no.
I know where your heart's at. I know where your mind's at, bud.
Absolutely. Friends, our hearts and minds are with Covert Bee Cave and covertbeecave.com. If you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you need to head out there, take that beautiful drive out there to Covert Bee Cave. Now that Memorial Day weekend has passed, and I'm sure that Covert had great holiday sales there. The weekly specials, covertbeecave.com. You can check them out online. Check out that fleet. I highly recommend jump on there, check out the inventory, see what's there. Call them if you find something that you like. Get a hold of somebody and say, hey, I really like this inventory number, whatever. Ask them if it's still there, then go take a look at it. You can find all of that online. Here's a little bit more about our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And one of the things that is talked about in that commercial, every time I hear it, I want to talk about it and I forget. I bought a car a couple of years ago after a hail damage thing, and I went to the dealership and did everything. I didn't go to Covert because just for whatever reason, but that's a very stressful process.
You got a two-car garage?
I do.
You do? Do you utilize? Do you park in the garage, or is that where is that like your storage unit?
I have a two-car garage full of shit. Actually, my newest car will actually fit on one side, because as we've done our home renovation.
How you get the other car? Like my neighbor does it too. Like they put both cars in there. I can't. We struggle to get the one.
There's no way. I mean, there's no way. I mean, it used to be one of those things with the car that got hail damage. I would like run out there.
That's why I asked. I was just like, do you cover it up, or as soon as the hail comes, do you throw it in the garage?
I can get it in there right now if I absolutely have to. But as we've done our home renovation and McCall Custom Homes that I'm about to talk about,
supplies and stuff in there, right?
Dude, the nice thing was when McCall Custom Homes came out, they put a dumpster out there, and I said, "Hey, Mike, I've got all this crap in my garage. I've been trying to throw out of here."
And then your neighbors came in through the shit.
Yeah, they threw the fucking tree limbs in here. Come on, man.
Yeah, but there was hold on though. There was enough. There was plenty of room, right?
Well, I gotta tell you,
if there's enough room, the more the merrier. Clean the street up. You know what I mean? Let's get the trash off the street.
We were at the top. I mean, my whole thing with that was just tell me. I mean, even though I've been guilty as anybody, where I'm like, driving around, I got some trash. I go to new construction. I'm like, hey, look at that dumpster. I'll throw this in there. But anyway, that home renovation, as it happened, was courtesy of McCall Custom Homes. And what that allowed us to do is clean our garage out a lot. So my car would fit right now. I can't get my work truck in there. It's way too big. But McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. If you're looking for that home renovation, that summertime renovation, Wag's talking about adding a pool. You're going to have an awning. You're going to have all that cool stuff, a patio to set yourself up out there, and then you'll call Tom McKay and get that.
Bro, that's exactly like I've already mapped this thing out, dude. Like I know which speakers I'm putting out there. I'm going with the 6 inches, maybe some 8 PP. I think I still remember them, the PP06s or some shit like that.
Man, I'll tell you, you can do all of that stuff, but McCall Custom Homes, they will take care of that. Whether it is that outdoor project, you want to add a second story. Buck had Mike out, and I was looking at some stuff to do there at the Bucky Godbolt estate. I shouldn't say estate. He hasn't passed on. The Bucky Godbolt mansion is what we'll call it. But yeah, kitchen renovation, bathroom renovation, whatever. It is McCall Custom Homes. They will take care of that for you. Call or text our man, Mike. Free estimates right now for TSU listeners, 512-633-9580. Don't do that late because he has a little one that they are dealing with. And you can check them out at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out their gallery of projects. And get a hold of Mike and his crew. They'll come out and they will take extremely great care of you, building value into your home for over 40 years, locally owned and operated. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
Yeah, and we just kind of talked about the aforementioned Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678 are the lottery numbers. Make sure you give them a call right now or after the show is over to get a consultation. Get a free consultation. He'll come on out there, and then maybe you got some ideas that you want. Maybe you already have a pool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're better than I am already, or you're ahead of the game already, and you already got a pool out there. You just need to find your ultimate viewing setup and your ultimate sound setup out there. AV Consultations can help you out with that. They've been doing stuff outside on patios for pools and getting set up perfectly over the past 38 years. And then also you got a dream theater that you can put in your living room, or you can come up there and make a studio like Rodney and myself have. He's got the trifecta with the 265ers and the 175er, and I got 250s side by side. It's all deadly, man. You can ask for some arcade machines too, and then ask them about that Sonos surround sound system. They got a lot of toys that they can put in your house. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
I think we've really touched on a hot button topic right here with the garage thing, Wags, because it is so many people. I remember, in the years of selling real estate to where it's like, do you need a garage? And it's like, yeah, because I need a place to put my stuff. I'm like, well, what about your car? It's like the driveway.
We got a storage unit and we have a garage. So we have all of our Christmas stuff and the season stuff is in our little storage unit that we rent out or utilize. But yeah, there's no basement. There's no.
That's what I was going to ask you.
We don't have.
Did you grow up with a basement?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The washer and the dryer were downstairs in the cellar, and all the foot lockers and everything were downstairs, and the Civil War. Civil War weapons and shit that we had, kept and stowed from back in the day. We had our own little armory down there, man. You get to Texas, you can't have any type of basement down here. You got to rent storage units out because you just live. I don't know. You're not living, like a hunter and gatherer anymore.
Yeah.
You've got a whole bunch of shit now. So
yeah, I always. It was always weird when I would talk to folks from up north to where they're like, where's the basement around here? I said, the closest thing you're going to find to a basement is like the county jail. I said that's really about all. And the attic space in some of these places. I mean, the garages, because they say 2-car garage, but I mean, there's not a lot of us that drive cars anymore. I mean, these guys with big trucks. I mean, like I was talking about my work truck. I mean, it's got the mirrors that stick. I couldn't get that thing in there if I tried. I mean, I could have a bare garage and that damn thing ain't going to fit in there. It ain't going to fit. The ass is going to be hanging
Ike's
out.
truck ain't going in anybody's garage. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, it's crazy how that changes. Yeah, attic space. There's no room up there. I mean, you could put a few things up there.
There's maybe some crawl space in the eave or something like that, but there's no attic space. I don't even think I have an attic. Or no, we do. We have an attic right above my son's room.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
like again, like there's. I've crawled in spaces like that for Tom McKay. I'm not doing it for myself. Okay.
And you can't anything that's heavy. I mean, you can put like you talked about Christmas and all that. We had that up there for a while, but then the tree got all hard, because of the heat. I mean, it's
you're gonna fall through like Clark Griswold.
I have fallen through one time. One time. When the girls were small, one time the AC was jacking up and we started seeing a leak coming out of the roof. So I ran up there to see what was going on, and we had an AC pan that was full of water. So I'm coming back down and I'm like walking on the 2x4 on one of the studs up there to come through, and I lost my balance and I went straight through. Feet came through the freaking roof, racked my balls on the way down. And the kids are laughing.
Sure, yeah. Well, you got to pay. Well, you got to pay for drywall or do it yourself, I guess.
We had to redo the whole shit up there. So, again, that was just another one of the home repairs that we've done here. Now I sound like a pissed off homeowner.
No, well, I mean, home repairs. You have that to do. And Minnesota's got some home repairs that they need to work on because it looks like Oklahoma City's coming to take their lunch, man, or just coming to take all the rest of the supplies out of their home, if you know what I'm saying. No, they had a decent one, on Saturday night, like a 40-point victory, just a little bit of an anomaly there. But yeah, series is 2-1, or is it 3-1? Let me check on this.
I think it went 3-1 after last night. Yeah, there should be 3-1 after last night.
Good, sir. It is 3-1 in favor of the Thunder here. But look, like Anthony Edwards had some remarks yesterday after the game, or last night after the game. He was asked, if why is he struggling, or why he and a few of his teammates could be struggling, and he's like, I don't think I'm struggling. I don't think I shot enough to consider struggling. Well, you took 7 threes, so you settled, like we've been talking about. And if you're the point guard, if you're the distributor, or if you have to have so much of the ball in your hand at times, if you're that ball dominant, why aren't you shooting? Right? Like, well, why are you acquiescing? You're not getting assists. You're not getting that many assists. What about your game is kind of been locked up to where you don't feel like you can get your shots off? You do. I mean, I think he was the third, without going to the stats, I'm pretty sure he was either the third or fourth person with as much shot output. So he got some shots off. He just didn't get the frequency that the shots off in the frequency that he wanted to get off. Right. But also, again, 1 for 7 from the 3-point line. I do know that stat. And honestly, not attacking and playing downhill like he did over the weekend. That to me was the differential. And that's how, and we've talked about this almost to exhaustion. That's how you unlock the rest of your team, right? Julius Randle had an off night too. We talked about that. They're basically going as far as Julius Randle can take them, and he was playing at an all-star level. But then when you don't get the play that is needed, and it is absolutely needed from Anthony Edwards to play aggressive. That way everybody else can play downhill and their bags are unlocked, right? You can't have Nasri, living on the 3-point line, living on the perimeter. And again, like Gobert is not he's not going to assert himself initially, right? Like he kind of needs a little bit motivation to kind of get in that paint and kind of work. You do that with Anthony Edwards attacking the rim. All right. It allows the defense to kind of move over and shift. We talked about this to nauseam all the time, but it gives more space to Gobert. He doesn't need space, but he doesn't play like a dominant big, right? He's tall. He's not physical. He's tall. But you get to the cup and then you have, different flow going down at the basket. You get some lob city for Gobert. That's just my take. That's if I'm Chris Finch, that's how I would try and utilize this team. It to no avail though, because it looks like Oklahoma City can lock this thing up.
Yeah, Oklahoma City's not letting Edwards or Julius Randle get into any type of comfort zone, and I think that's so much of this is where, because that does come up about shot selection. Why are they not shooting as much? Well, if you're not confident in your shot, you're not going to take a shot. And I think that's what Oklahoma City has done extremely well in this series, to lock those two guys down and put it on everybody else. And I mean, that's just great. That's just a great game plan going into the series where you've got two superstars. You lock them down, put it on everybody else. And so much of this was, I mean, I didn't, with the Saturday win or whenever that was, that dominating Minnesota win, I didn't think this series was going to shift. I think that yesterday was so imperative as to what the direction of the series.
They forced 21 turnovers last night too.
Exactly. And that right there,
and that's what I was going to hit on. Like their team defense, Oklahoma's team defense has been absolutely phenomenal throughout this tournament.
And that's been the thing for me watching this series. It's been more, I know the questions about these guys not taking shots and doing all these different things. Why are they not taking shots? Because they're not being allowed to take the damn shots. So it's
gap filling.
Yeah. It's bigger to me on Oklahoma City, and even scarier with this team that they're playing with that defensive tenacity right now. So and this is just a start for Oklahoma City, Wags. I mean, we keep going back to the young thing. I think we can kind of crush that into the ground. You know what? If they don't let anybody get close to them, you're not going to have that young team breaking down. But I think that they've moved on beyond that. And to me, that's the bigger story. It's the Oklahoma City defense. Get ready, Indiana. This finals are going to be.
Are you already claiming Indiana victorious?
It's over, brother. Victorious. It's over. Indiana.
It's over. Okay.
Racers and Pacers
2-1.
That's all I heard all weekend.
That series is 2-1, right? Like that's
2-1. Right. Yeah, that's 2-1. Yeah, the Knicks got them one. Racers and Pacers. I heard all weekend from my friends at Indianapolis. Racers and Pacers. I'm like, all right.
I will take the Thunder, and I would like a Thunder Pacers series, a final. That would be a good final. That would be a good final. Not for the NBA, but for me, that would be a fun one to watch here.
Yeah, I think so too. And I may be a little early on discounting the New York out, but I don't think I think Indiana's it's too much. I mean. Although New York did do it again,
I'll go back to this. The key for me is Karl Anthony Towns.
Yep.
Right. Like Karl Anthony Towns finally played like he played against Boston the other night. And if he can continue to give Brunson a little bit of help on the court, then I think the Knicks are the team to beat. But as that stands, there's too much team basketball right now with the Pacers to where they have just they have contributions 1 through 8. 1 through 8 is contributing for Indiana, right? And they're Carlisle's at times. I think he's going to 9. I think he's played 9 at some times. So it seems like their bench is a little bit deeper. And honestly, I think Carlisle's a better coach than Tibbs. Completely honest with you. I think Carlisle's been in more clutch situations than Tibbs, and he's obviously got that championship pedigree. I think it's too early to count out the Knicks, but it does for me. It comes down off the play of Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, and Cat hasn't been consistent.
He looked confident the other night, he played aggressive the other night. But other than that, throughout this series, he's been owned. So
and Rick Carlisle will do everything that he has to do in the next game to lock that down. To fix that.
Sure. And well, that's what I was going to ask you. Do you let Brunson beat you? Do you let Brunson just get his and then shut everybody else down?
Seems like that would be a really good MO to do at this point, because he's going to get his anyway.
Right. That's where I'm at. Like Brunson's too good of a player to not get it. Right. You just can't allow him to carve you up and get everybody else involved.
Yeah, I think with Brunson, maybe you can pressure him a little bit defensively to maybe try to get him into foul trouble. And I mean, I think then if you do that, you certainly lock him down.
That's kind of what happened the other night too, right? They put him all. I mean, he didn't foul out, but
get him in foul trouble, get him on the bench. Yeah, because they
were definitely missed time on the floor because he had to kind of play a little bit conservatively. So
yeah, but it is Cat. I mean, that dude is the X factor, and we saw it. We saw it the other day, but I just don't see that they're going to be able to sustain that. And Indiana they find ways to win. But like I said, the Knicks did Indiana the other night, come back down from 20. So I don't know.
What you got tonight, partner, for the hockey game? Who you like?
Who we got tonight? What is tonight?
Stars
tonight,
and Oilers.
Tonight, Stars bounce back. I'm telling you, with the Stars.
Any late game heroics, or who's the hero that kind of emerges for the Stars tonight?
It's going to be Ottinger, dude. Ottinger's going to control. I think Dallas wins 2-0 tonight. We talked about 2-0, but
if you shut this team out, yeah, you deserve. You're definitely top of the 3 stars here. So
2-0.
I'll give Ottinger the tip of the cap if he can keep it clean. But now, I mean, I'm going to go with my guy, Wyatt Johnson. I think Wyatt Johnson gets on the score sheet tonight. I'd like to think that Robo can get on the score sheet too. I'm going to call a 4-2. Rantanen gets on there. I'm going to call a 4-2 victory over the Oilers on the road.
There you go. I like it. We'll compare those
right
notes.
Now, money line right now is plus 130 for Dallas, minus 150 for Edmonton.
Absolutely. Steven got that. We'll work on that and see if we can get something put together with that from the Coda text line. Thank you very much. So that's also have to mention, Wags. We kind of talked about Texas baseball. Texas softball is now they are set for an 11 a.m. game against Florida in the
win over Clemson, right?
Yeah, boy, and that was, Clemson comes out and draws first blood. I mean, we probably shouldn't say first blood, but Clemson comes out and wins the first game. Those 2 games.
I didn't draw first blood. They did.
Yeah.
Little John J. Rambo.
Yeah. So Ole Miss, you were talking about Ole Miss. Ole Miss is in the Women's College World Series, not even seeded, and they found a way to make their way in. There you go. Ole Miss.
How about it? Anything else before we turn it over to the dudes?
Man, I think we've got the other thing I wanted to mention about Indy with Alex Palou. I don't know how many people saw this, but after the race, I think it may have been the Sunday night or even Monday, the guy that finished second, Marcus Erickson, that was chasing him down, he got relegated to last place for a technical infraction. So he got thrown out. So those results have been updated. But Indy 500, man, that's one of those events where you watch a lot of the prelude, the pre-race and all that. And if that doesn't make your skin tingle and bring a tear to your eye, man.
With the anthem and all the all the pageantry and shit.
Yeah, the back home to Indiana, that stuff. And, again, racing does such a great job.
I was going to say, is it bigger in IndyCar series than it is with stock car? Or with NASCAR?
The Indy 500 is, and that's what kind of sucks about IndyCar, in my opinion, Wags, because with the whole...
I thought Daytona. I always thought that Daytona and in the Indianapolis 500 ran simultaneously.
Yeah, no, it's the Coca-Cola.
But that would be terrible for marketing, right?
Yeah, it's horrible because they would overlap into each other. But Indianapolis is just. And with the military being on Memorial Day weekend, I mean, everything that they memorialize everyone and just the history of this thing. And it really is one of those. And our coach, Ben Johnson, was actually messaging me on Instagram. And he's like, dude, I'm like totally getting into this. And he's like talking about different drivers to where it encapsulates everything. And it sucks for IndyCar because they have this massive event, Wags. And that's it for them. I mean, they've got races to go. But nobody will get drawn in because this race is done and you won't know that they're racing anymore. It kind of sucks, but it really is, man. It is the greatest spectacle in racing.
Yeah, I don't. Besides the Indy 500, I can't name another racing event for
IndyCar
or Indy cars.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. They'll be on the road. They've got a couple of oval track races left, but nothing like that right there. Where NASCAR, you get recognizable races all of the time. But IndyCar has just fallen to where it's the Indy 500, and that's it.
Shit, now it's to the point where I think of NASCAR and F1. I don't even think of Indy.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what's going to be interesting next year, because the whole thing with Memorial Day weekend is you get the race at Monaco, which is a Formula One race. Then you go to Indianapolis, and then you go to Charlotte with the 600. But next year, the Monaco race is no longer going to be on Memorial Day Sunday. It's moving to June. So you'll just have the 2 races, which... That's going to be a hell of a lot of adjustment for people because it is. You get up in the morning, you watch F1, which was won by, what's his name? Lando Norris again.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, here we go, man. You want to talk about a changing of the guard? Alex Palou wins at Indianapolis.
Hold on, though.
Ross Chastain at Charlotte.
Is there really a changing of the guard? Is Verstappen really relinquishing?
It's done, dude. It's done. Arrow McLaren is taking over that
Dude,
series.
they've been hot. McLaren has been hot all season long, dude. I mean, and it's good too because Red Bull needed some competition, right? Like, or at least F1 needed competition to see something besides Verstappen and Team Red Bull winning consistently, right? At least another team or another garage has some decent gear.
Yeah. Here's a good one from Jack. I mean, Indy cars, 240. I mean, they're still hauling ass. They're only going like 233 now on average, so they have tapered them back. But it's a safety thing, man. That's why they quit racing at Pocono. Your drivers were getting killed at Pocono. They go up in the air and their heads were getting severed from getting caught up in the catch fence. And it's like, we can't do this. We can't put our drivers in this situation anymore. They've built cockpits for them, but still, it's
are you serious?
Oh yeah,
severed heads.
Oh, dude, it's horrible. Yeah, there are many of deceased drivers just because of the sheer speed and getting up in the air. I mean, these cars are light and fast, but it's still just it really is. It's my favorite race of the year, and I'm a stock car guy, but I love the freaking Indianapolis 500. I'll tell you, good stuff there for Alex Below.
Verstappen's won. Verstappen won 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, he's won a couple.
Verstappen's won a couple of weeks ago. So
yeah, he has won a couple of them.
But it has been Team McLaren throughout this season though. Also, there's been rumblings like when's Team Red going to catch fire here? With Lewis Hamilton, and Rodney kind of hit it on point a couple of weeks ago. Probably not this season for Ferrari and Lewis Hamilton. Probably in next year or maybe in 2 years. So
yeah,
and this kind of happens, right? Once a driver gets into his team or a new team and then starts to settle and get some synergy there, then they just mechanics and everything start to figure out the best style of racing for Lewis Hamilton, and they find the car they torque the car to fit to Lewis Hamilton's driving style. Right.
Yeah.
And they're just basically working out the quirks, the kinks, and the synergy there.
And Formula One is very much, you can in the modern Formula One era that we call right now, to where it's become North Americanized, is what I like to say about it. You think about the Red Bull domination when you had Sebastian Vettel winning all those championships. What you started seeing was Mercedes kind of started putting a little bit of kink in the armor with Lewis Hamilton and all that bunch, and then Mercedes, they have a good season, win 2 or 3 races, and then they're dominating. And they did for a long time. Then you had
3 seasons, right? 3.
Yeah. Then you had Red Bull come back, with Max and Sergio Perez and all the different guys that have been in those cars. They did the same thing. Then they're dominating. That's what Arrow McLaren has done. We've watched over the last couple of years where they've won a race or two, and now they're taking over. So Ferrari is kind of the next one in line right there. It's not going to be Williams. It's not going to be any of them. Ferrari's the only hope. Otherwise, it will be Red Bull, Mercedes, and Arrow McLaren moving forward. But engines change and technology changes. And all
drivers change teams. Drivers go to different garages.
Drivers change teams. If you guys want some more racing stuff tonight on the Revved Up Sports Show Facebook page, tune in 7:00. We'll talk about all that stuff and everything else that went on over the weekend. Take a look right there.
What's up, George?
Man,
what up?
How are you, good sir?
I'm good. In Austin today, finally getting my car back from Covert. I guess they.
You're in Austin.
Yeah, I came out of Austin Saturday. I've just been hanging out with the family this weekend and needed to get my car back at some point. So they're supposed to finish today. We'll see if that happens.
Doing any work in Austin, or is it just basically just getting your car, just personal shit?
Really just getting my car, and then also getting a puppy today.
Look at you, my guy. What's up, Will? How are you doing, Will? What are you going with, Jordan?
We're getting
Are you rescuing it or are you buying it?
We're getting a Brittany. And I guess buying it.
Here?
I don't know. The people are in Weimar, which is like around near Columbus.
I-10.
Austin, Houston. But she has a son that goes to school at Tarleton State, and we're meeting him there because I live in Fort Worth, and that's less of a drive. But that's
congratulations, dude. I'm very excited and happy for you, man.
So you're doing this with your girl?
Yeah.
Oh, that's parenting, buddy.
Yeah,
they're gonna. It's serious. He ain't bullshitting. It's gonna teach you the ins and outs, but not exactly everything you need. But it'll get you started.
That's the right way to do it. Get the pet first.
Yeah, get the pet first. If the pet survives, then you can have a kid.
Oh,
I'm kidding. I have complete faith that you will be able to keep something alive.
If the pet survives.
Usually you do with goldfish, you know what I mean? If you can make a gold, you gotta work your way up. Goldfish, the cat, the dog.
In 18 years, you'll be installing a pool like Wags is about to do. There you go.
Hey, I don't know about that. Pools, man, especially if I'm living in Austin, they got all that limestone out here. That's like half the
if
cost
there's
of
enough
a
left
pool.
over, I'm flying you all in to dedicate it.
Oh, hey,
Cousin Eddie.
we
Cousin Eddie,
appreciate
buddy.
that.
Cousin Eddie.
But
Hey, I'm a reverend. I'm an ordained reverend. You want me to
You
go
gonna bless it? You gonna bless that shit?
I can bless it for you.
All right.
I can bless
All
it.
right. You're just looking for a way to come take a bath.
There it is, right there. That's what I'm talking about. I'll run over there and take a bath.
All right, Will, Jordan, what's on the plate today, guys?
Some recruiting talk, some NBA talk, some Texas talk. Maybe, actually, while we're on here, you two are lifelong kind of Austin area Knights to some degree.
I graduated from UT.
Yeah, there you go. Give me, we'll say favorite restaurant to go get a drink at, but not like too expensive. Good vibes. You don't got to dress up.
What part of town are you in? Just kind of
drink.
Doesn't matter. Wherever you went. The reason I'm asking this, I went to Hula Hut last night, had a great time.
Hula Hut's a good vibe. That's a really good vibe.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna go with is Abel's still there? I don't even think they have Abel's on the lake, but Abel's is right next to Hula Hut too. That's usually my go-to, man. Just kind of a nice vibe. Look over the river there. Also, I mean, Gatsby's is like. Do you like Gatsby's at all? Gatsby's is downtown. I mean, if you're looking for a good like stiff drink, that's a really good place to go for a stiff drink. Dude, if you like sports, bro, Cover 3, man, you can't go wrong with Cover 3.
I'll tell you, Jordan, Matt's El Rancho down south.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Kind of the place. You don't like that,
bro? Matt's El Rancho. Hold up, let me speak some truth into this. Matt's El Rancho is propped up by the old guard of old Austin, old white people. It's very like barely any seasoning. I get the drinks are good, but the hype around Matt's El Rancho is so overblown. Like it's like average Tex-Mex at best. And I'm sorry to hate. It's a great vibe, great experience in there, and trust me, I love me some Matt's El Rancho.
What about
it's not even like top 5 Tex-Mex in Austin?
Nice.
You like Little Woodrow's?
Yeah, I'm a big Little Woodrow's guy. I don't know if that qualifies. It's also like Matt's is clearly top 5 Tex-Mex in Austin. I think as someone who's
Woodrow's have like a pizza place too right next to it. Depending on which location you're at.
Yeah, so some of those do. Some of the Woodies do. Yeah. There's a place on 7th, a Mexican spot as well. And again, for me, it's like usually a good drink kind of correlates to Mexican food. There's a place called Angie's. It's on 7th on the east side. That's some good shit. I mean, decent vibe. I mean, you can actually hear yourself having a conversation with your dining partner. So yeah, Angie's is really good. Enchiladas y Mas, really good. So yeah.
Ooh, do you like Christmas, Jordan?
Oh yeah, big Christmas guy.
Lala's is it's like a Christmas theme bar. You know what I mean? Like it plays Christmas music all throughout the fucking year. There's Christmas lights up all the time.
I don't mess with that. You don't.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's a Christmas vibe. The vibe's not as good, but I mean, it's good beer, cheap beer.
Yeah.
Man,
good people.
So Hula Hut was great last night. We walk in. Y'all know that kind of cabana outside area that they use for it's like a waiting area. There's this huge party, this one table. So we walk in and the host is like, yeah, there's a big party. The kitchen's backed up. It's going to be like 55 minutes to seat. We're like, all right, we can go to the bar though, right? And she was like, yeah. I'm like, okay, can we order food at the bar? She said, you usually can, but no, because it's backed up. So I was like, all right. I go sit down at the bar. They hand us food menus. And I'm like, can I order food here? And they're like, yeah. We get our food and we're gone like 30, 40 minutes later.
Oh, nice.
And I'm just walking past the host like, you moron. Like, what do you – I don't know. Dad, like I've
the
worked
host
those
really
jobs
didn't
before.
want to do their
You
job,
lie
right?
a little bit about the time so you look better whenever it happens earlier. That pissed me off. I'm like,
They
man,
probably just didn't want to seat you. They probably didn't want to work.
So
They're probably too busy playing on their phone.
CB, I think there is still a Trudy's down south over there where the theater is, right before Ben White. I think there's still a Trudy's there, which is good. So that's not bad at all. Maybe Acapulco's still around. Those are kind of starting to fade too. But I mean, that's for the drink part. Baby A's, it'll stun you for a little bit. It's not a bad draw there.
I think you kind of hit the jackpot last night. Like Hulu's is fantastic. Also, Abel's is one of my favorites as well, man. Just that scene, that whole vibe on the water.
Yeah. Hey, nice part about Hula Hut too. You got that TV in the bar area. I was sitting there no matter if they didn't have a wait or anything. That's exactly where I was going to sit. I wanted to watch Campman. Big fan of him, but starting to get behind the Campman nickname that Skip Bayless gave him.
Right. I like that.
I like it.
What was the place, Wags, we went for BK's birthday party down south? He'll have to tell us. That's a good spot.
I don't know. I don't know my last name, Rodney. So
I got intoxicated there, so I don't remember.
Shocker. All right, boys. We'll bid you adieu, man. You guys have a great Tuesday. We'll see y'all tomorrow, man.
Take care, boys.
Yeah.
Have a great conversation. Be good.
Peace. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Will Turboff, fresh off a week-long bender in Mexico. I'm playing. He was there.
I don't know about a bender. But
yeah, you were there with your parents. You weren't doing no types of benders, but a few things have happened, notably in the Texas recruiting world.
Sure have.
One of them, an offer was extended to Paris Melvin, a top 247 athlete out of Cy Springs in the Houston area. A really intriguing kid, one that I had kind of like casually watched from a distance just because Texas, for whatever reason, like was never recruiting him or even sending him graphics or getting him on campus. So I'd always kind of figured they just were never going to be a thing. And then, hey, out of the blue, they offer him. You hit him up. You'd covered him a bit from your Baylor days and, obviously a Houstonian yourself. So I guess just, tell us about Paris Melvin.
Yeah, this Paris Melvin offer is one of the more interesting ones that I think Texas has done. Not because of who it is, because I think there are a lot of people that realize that Paris Melvin Jr. is a Texas-type talent. The question is where that is. When you see these athlete offers, there's generally a pretty good idea of where a team wants someone. Usually it's between DB and wide receiver, sometimes running back and linebacker. But he does wide receiver, defensive back, running back, punt return, kick return. He's a 5-tool player, and Texas kind of sees him the same way. From what he's told me, and from just the feeling I've got is that there's not a position attached to this offer, and it's something where like I said, he wants to come in and play two ways, and they're going to give him an opportunity to play two ways. If he jumps on this, and it seems like he's jumping on it pretty quickly. I mean, he's going to schedule an official visit pretty soon here with Texas. I think one of the other schools is going to get bumped off. He's got Arizona State, Baylor, Houston, A&M, and Ole Miss. Those are kind of the contenders now. But I think Texas is kind of giving him free reign. What do you want to do? We can make that happen.
He already took an official visit to Michigan in April, right? Or did I just make that up? I think he had one scheduled at some point.
So. I know he did take one to Arizona State last month. Could be wrong, but I'm not. I don't think that he was at Michigan.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. A lot of people have some different opinions, as you said. Kind of actually truly getting recruited as an athlete. But do you have any preference on him? Like, let's say you're Jeff Banks who extended the offer to him. Give me the order, the three positions you'd see him at, because he can fit into a lot.
I think it's probably return specialist first. And that might actually sound like a slight on him because the best players in college football don't, they're not return specialists. But you just look at the tape from especially his sophomore year. He's just a demon on those punt returns, especially. So I would say that to start. And I think if he doesn't end up at Texas, I think at most of these schools, primarily will be in special teams. His freshman and sophomore years, and someone that would probably burn a red shirt just based off, man, I don't see people return punts better than this guy. And then after that, I think defensive back, probably nickel, but have to see. There's a little bit of everything on that tape, and I think there could be a little bit of everything, once he gets to, a campus where they're just going to try him at every defensive back spot and see where he fits. And then after that, I would go receiver. I don't. The only position I'm not sold on him being a true, Texas level talent, SEC level talent is running back.
Yeah, it's an interesting frame. I mean, like 5'10", 170, 175. You can get away with that in high school football, even at the highest levels of Texas 6A ball. But, I mean, you can't play with that in the SEC. You just can't. Even Keelan Robinson wasn't 170 pounds. So, obviously, his body will develop and, continue stacking weight on his frame. But very, very curious to see what will happen with him, even if it is in Texas, because – the athlete type prospects always just fascinate me. And hey, yeah, Will, you got to ask Paris Melvin. Is Captain Melvin Seahorse your nickname? I'm very curious to hear his thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'll make sure to ask him.
Yeah, thank you. What do you kind of think of Texas recruiting all these athlete types? I feel like part of it is because this 2026 cycle has more of them than there usually is. I feel like. I definitely think Travis Hunter has influenced a lot of it, and unfortunately has done irreversible damage to the youth that think they can go both ways. Now, a few of these guys can. Like, I think Jermaine Bishop, Jalen Lott, or Paris Melvin could potentially do it, right? But, like, I'm at Decaney last year, and Nick Townsend's like, yeah, Texas said I can play linebacker too. I might go both ways. And he's telling me that, and his coach is next to him. And his coach just turned to him and gave him like the funniest look. Like, they're not letting you play tight end and linebacker in the SEC. If you're ever a two-way player, it's receiver and DB. But hey, Texas, they're doing a great job with these athlete types. I wrote about it a little bit before. I think getting those guys is a great thing because more often than not, and I don't actually have the data behind this in front of me, but I know for a fact. You look at 5 stars, right? The top 32 players in the country. You compare the data of all the different positions, players who finish as an athlete and not a receiver or corner, but just pure athlete. Those guys have a higher first-round draft rate as 5-star athletes than any other position ranked as 5 stars in the entire history of the recruiting era, or whatever you want to call it, the rankings era. And I'm not saying they're 5 stars. Jermaine Bishop is one. But those guys have a higher hit rate of being successful because most of the time, if you're, one of, if not the best players on either side of the ball, you're going to be one of the best players, on one side of the ball in all of college football. So I think it's interesting, especially like Jermaine Bishop and Jalen Lott are clearly, I think, can be corner or receiver. But with Paris Melvin, it's like, I mean, who the hell knows, Do you have any thoughts on that? Just Texas recruiting athletes as much as they are this cycle?
Yeah, I mean, look at this cycle. It's Jermaine, it's Derek Cooper, Jalen Lott, Melvin, Hezzy Kent, Lamar Brown even in there, a guy that goes offensive line, defensive line. There's like double-digit prospects, and there's probably a couple more that you could slap an athlete tag on if you wanted to. Because I think a lot of times, you see the risk. The reward is that you get 2 players in one. The risk is that you lose someone or they don't pan out, and you've likely paid more for them than you do for most people because, like a Jermaine Bishop, you saw all the different kinds of impact that he could have to your team, and you're going to make a big investment on him. That it's just the case. That's how it's been the last few years. These guys with athlete tags, these guys that have true way potential are getting paid. And it all is all, a numbers game. So there's more pressure for them to pan out than I think most people. And sometimes it's pretty hard with these guys that play, that played 75% receiver and 25% corner in high school. And by, midway through year 2, they're not a all conference cornerback. Then people start to doubt. Sometimes they take longer. With Texas, we'll see. I think Jermaine Bishop is someone that Texas would like to see pan out by about week 2 of his freshman year. And I think he'll be someone that is pretty firmly in at least the defense for Texas in 2026. And there's a couple of guys on there too, like Hezzy Kellner, I think is someone that would get a lot of time to develop. Paris Melvin, I don't think would need a ton of time to develop because, like I said, I think he'll be one of, if not the starting returner for one of the teams that he ends up taking. So I'm a big fan of it. It's fun to see versatility. It's fun to, kind of pick and pop guys. And I think there's a lot in this class that will be, video game players. That's kind of how I see some of these guys, like guys that you want to play with in the video game.
Yeah, I think I'd say because I never saw Travis Hunter in person. It was a little bit before my time. But my favorite, I think, like athlete success story that I've covered, Jelani McDonald. I don't know if you remember his recruitment at all. He was an Oak State commit, basically had like no buzz, committed to Oklahoma State, I think like spring of his junior year after he took like an April OV, was committed there, and then went on to I think long jump and triple jump. He won the state title at 4A for Waco Connolly. It was like 24 feet in the long jump and like 41 in the triple, something like that, or 47 in the triple. And that kind of put him on more radars. Then people were like, oh, holy shit. This kid averaged like 27 a game in basketball and was the Waco area basketball player of the year as a junior. And then you look at the football tape and this dude's playing quarterback. Like Jelani McDonald was primarily a quarterback in high school, and he did play a few defensive snaps here and there, but was a very interesting projection. He was a guy that our scouting team thought could be linebacker, corner, or safety. He showed up to the All-American Bowl just because he was going to be the first call if any team needed a linebacker, corner, or safety. He was at corner, ends up playing corner. You want to guess who actually coached him? You know how All-American Bowl flies in coaches for – You know who coached him that week?
I don't remember.
Jamal Fenner, who was hired to the Texas staff about a week later after that. That was the last bit of coaching Jamal Fenner did before taking the job at Texas, was coaching Jelani McDonald, a few other corners in that class. I remember Micah Bell. He was in that same position room on the same All-American team. Now a Georgia Bulldog, which I thought was very interesting. But I don't know. Jelani McDonald, very cool story for him. He also is just always one thing I think, too, that doesn't get talked about enough and is a big reason for the success of these athlete-type prospects is because they're playing on both sides of the ball and because they've kind of been doubted as two-way players for however long they've been doubted for, they have a chip on their shoulder and they're extra competitive. Like Jermaine Bishop, Jelani McDonald, Jalen Lott, some of the most competitive kids like I've ever covered. And I think, that drive accelerates the developmental process. And, Jelani, they tried him out at a lot of different rooms, could end up as safety or corner this year, but nonetheless is going to factor in a ton. And it's just crazy because I think he actually finished as a linebacker prospect. It might not have been athlete. And he was just outside of 5-star range. It was like number 38 or 40, 50 in the country, something around there. But excited for him. Fun success story there. Will, want to talk about the CFB 26, the covers dropped.
I was just about to ask if we could talk about it.
Yeah, can you put it up on the screen? I can send you the tweet. I don't have my other monitor, so I don't know how to work. The athlete discourse in recruiting is very interesting to me.
Here we go. The College Football 26 cover. This is like the standard edition. There is deluxe edition, and I'll put that one up in just a minute. We predicted the cover a couple times on the show. I think I said that it would not be these two guys and that they would wait one more year and the Cade Klubnik would be on the cover. He is on the deluxe cover, but it's Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams on the regular cover. Thoughts?
He's only 17.
He's only 17 and he's on a cover video game.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jake. That was awesome. I've always wondered whenever people clown broadcasters, like, was Chris Fowler just like, man, fuck, I fucked that up. Like for the next week, after that Bama Georgia game, because that's what it came from. And then obviously Jeremiah Smith. I don't know. I'm kind of with you where I'm like, I thought they'd wait to stick them on before their final year and not their second to last year. But I mean, hey, they're two of the most recognizable, two of the most marketable athletes in all college football right now. And also, like, I mean, I fully believe Jeremiah Smith is the best player in college football right now, and he'll be a sophomore. I don't think Ryan Williams is quite there. I'd say he's up there, especially for, top receiver after Jeremiah Smith, but
he's also a year younger. I don't know if you knew this, Jordan. He's a little bit young.
Yeah, I know. But how many players can you name that are better than these guys or more recognizable, more marketable? I don't think you really can. The only one I'd say off the top for sure above Ryan Williams is Caleb Downs.
You think more marketable than Ryan Williams?
Not more marketable, but a better player.
Better player, yes.
Yeah, but let's see the deluxe. What's that looking like?
Let's see. It's got a little bit of everything on it. It does have some Texas inclusion, but it's interesting Texas inclusion. I'll say that.
I think also part of EA probably rolling with those two as the cover athletes is like, hey, we almost had two of the three cover athletes from last year go undrafted. One of them went undrafted. The other one won the Heisman with 2 overall. And then the other one was a late 7th rounder. So they probably just went with 2 guys that are going to be surefire first rounders, which
I don't know. You would have said that with a couple of the other guys too, but
that is true.
Okay, let's go down this cover. That's Reggie Bush right there. There's Ryan Williams, Jeremiah Smith. That is
Jeremiah Love, Nick Singleton.
Jeremiah Love. That is how am I blanking on his name?
Singleton.
No, that's Jeremiah Love. This is Nick Singleton on the right here.
Yeah.
And then we're going from left to right. Kirby Smart, Bryce Underwood, Marcus Freeman, DJ Lagway, Tim Tebow, James Franklin. And then we get to here where some of the random fans are. We're seeing this guy for Boise State. I thought this was really funny. I thought he was just holding a Boise State logo. I didn't realize it was on the chain. There's the Texas fan. It looks like this is just a guy who submitted a picture to EA and
look at the Washington State dude in the hoodie.
Yeah,
that's the funniest one to me.
You get the Beat CU with the Nebraska plate, and then you still get Kate Klubnik, and then
that Tulane girl. She's not bad, but EA should have went and got the Tulane girl from the USC Tulane Cotton Bowl. Real ball knowers know what I'm talking about. Oh, there goes Will. Oh,
right
good.
back.
Oh,
but yeah, we've got Kate Klubnik, we've got Garrett Nussmeier. I think it's Sam Levitt, Kenny Dillingham, old Lane Kiffin, Lanning, and this is Caleb Downs right there, and then Dylan Stewart behind him. I don't think you really missed anyone big.
That dude in the Michigan Letterman, I didn't even think about that. He did look familiar, but I think that is Denard Robinson.
Really?
I might be wrong, though. I know he's put on some weight, but it might be Denard Robinson.
I don't know. It's a good cover. I think the style is not as good as it was last year. They did a really good job of like making it feel different than how other games are kind of presented. Just from like the marketing rollout and the cover and everything. This feels very like they're all in EA's, rotation now. It's not a special game anymore.
Yeah, but is Denard Robinson. That is him. I just looked up a photo of him now on the Michigan staff.
I did not know that on the Michigan staff.
Yep. But gonna take it back to recruiting. Will, wanted to ask you, there was a question on our board about this a few days ago, and, I thought it was actually a really interesting and good question. Leaving the month of May, entering the month of June. Texas, they're going to pick up a bunch of commitments in June, in July, in August. Things are going to look a lot different heading into the season. But right now, there's several question marks kind of regarding the future of the Texas 2026 recruiting class. Who's going to be 2 of the 3 linebackers? Who's going to be the 2 offensive tackles? Stuff like that. what is kind of, I don't really know how to word this in any other way besides this, but what is your biggest position of worry as of right now, leaving the month of May, entering official visit season for Texas recruiting in 2026?
Man, it's tough because there's a part of me that would like to say that it's wide receiver. But, you just look year by year in the last 5 cycles, like there's been a way to get it done. And I think now, late in May, I'm realizing, and they're realizing, there are so many different ways to get that done. Cornerback is another one that I'm really, I wouldn't say worried, but eagerly awaiting, more. I talked about it on the show last week. There was a stigma kind of around Texas is that, they could recruit almost every position at an elite level, but not cornerback and not safety. They just added, a 5-star guy at each one of those positions. And now you've got 2 new coaches. And you go out and get Hayward Howard, you go out and get Jermaine Bishop. Like, the signs are there that this could be a really phenomenal DB class. Even when you've based on who I consider to be one of the best athletes in the country, Jet Washington, you've still missed on a couple of those guys. And this has turned out to be kind of to a nice surprise. When Gideon and Terry Joseph left, a lot of the guys still stayed on the board. Are many of them really still considering Texas or Texas lanes? No. But they gave you a baseline for, the 20 or 25 guys that Akina and Orphe have offered, and provided some backup. So, in the last 5 months, being able to go from where quarterback recruiting was and safety recruiting, where you're just kind of taking some big swings on big hitters, to really going all in with a guy like Samari Matthews. It's been a nice, turnaround. That I think cornerback is going to be my biggest worry. I think it's the one where Texas really needs a home run class. I'm not saying they need the best cornerback class in the country, but it would be nice to have a year where it's, maybe top 5, top 3.
Yeah. I got to go with linebacker. They're looking for 3 or 4 takes this cycle. Kosiuk Paul out of Katy Maid Creek. We feel great about his chances of eventually ending up at Texas. But, man, after him, it's like, who the hell knows, at least right now, right? I'll just run down the board. We have Tank King out of Port Arthur Memorial. I don't think this has actually been reported, but he canceled all of his OVs besides Texas A&M. Try to guess where he's going to commit to on 4th of July, right? Then you have Tyson Ejiowoko, local prospect out of Georgetown Eastview. Had some injury stuff this offseason. Only played 5 games as a junior due to a back injury. Comes back, is fully cleared in January, is working out. Messes up his meniscus, needs surgery, but didn't get surgery until like early April, late March, sometime around in there, mid-April. And he might not be back for the start of his senior season. So Texas, they've kind of cooled their approach on him. They are still talking to him, are still communicating with him, but not quite the level they were. And they're still going to OV him, but I think he would have to put together, a good senior season coming off that injury to be a committable or have a committable offer for the Longhorns. And then you got, the out-of-state, or I forgot one more in-state name, Calvin Thomas at Cy Ranch. Very interesting, unorthodox recruitment. They have an agent kind of handling everything, and they're just going about it a very weird way. I wish I could talk more about it, but it's kind of stuff that we got to hold on to until after signing day in February. Don't think it'll be Texas. Wouldn't surprise me if it was, but they keep an incredibly tight house. Texas keeps a very quiet, tight house on linebacker stuff. And with Calvin Thomas, we know it won't be A&M. Could be potentially UNC, maybe SMU, perhaps LSU. Georgia was a recent offer, but yeah, someone asked about it earlier. I don't think Will set that cover, but I have no idea where that came from or what that is.
I did not set this cover.
Okay.
I don't know why. I've had another one in the past where it looked like I was a person of a different race. And now this one is, I think, even worse. This is from Archer.
Yeah. But man, at linebacker, it's a very open book. You look at the out-of-state group. You got a Talanoa Ely. He's originally from Hawaii. Played his first 3 years of high school ball at Orange Lutheran in Orange, California, down in SoCal. And then this spring moved back to Hawaii, and he's at I believe Kahuku. I might have got that wrong. Believe it's actually the same program that Leonga Lafau played at. So I believe they'll try to lean into that, or I assume they will. We'll say this is very much an NIL recruitment, name, image, likeness. Oregon, USC, they've kind of been the front runners there. The crystal ball has gone back and forth between Oregon and USC. And considering that he's been to those schools about half a dozen times, has never been to Texas, they are going to be swinging for the fences on the OV. So he is the first out-of-state, he really good player, by the way, like borderline 5-star, but, out-of-state kid that will cost a significant amount to reel from the West Coast. The other out-of-state kids who will be costly, you have a Tyler Atkinson at Grayson High School in Loganville, Georgia, same program that Nick Brooks played his senior year at. Very low chances, I think unrealistic as of right now. There's some buzz Texas could get an OV. They're not on the schedule yet, so until they are and he shows up, they're not really a legit option in my opinion. But he's somewhere in the picture. And then you got Xavier Griffin, the number 1 ranked linebacker prospect in the country. I believe number 8 overall prospect, regardless of position, out of Gainesville, Georgia. That's right, Gainesville, Georgia. But he's originally from Alabama, was a USC commit for a few months, backed out, has a top 4 of Ohio State, Texas, Bama. Is it Michigan?
I believe USC is still on the schedule.
Yeah, they were still on there. The main 2 to know, though, are Alabama and Texas. Georgia's also somewhere in there, but they don't have an OV. He hasn't taken an unofficial visit in several months, and they're within driving distance. So the fact that hasn't happened kind of gives a message Georgia's almost out of it, but not completely out of it. The kid is originally from Alabama, so is his family, born and raised there before moving to Georgia, and his mom is a Crimson Tide alum. So Alabama, they're going to be pretty tough to beat. We've seen Texas going to Georgia when, several big recruitments last cycle, most notably Justice Terry. So we'll see if they can do it again. It would be a similar, I think, kind of steal. But, man, they need a linebacker. The other guy to know for sure is Braden Rouse. He is out of Marietta, Georgia, goes to Kell High School. And he's got Tennessee, Michigan, Texas, and Alabama as his top 4. Tennessee has kind of been the longtime leader there, kind of longtime front runner. He did recently take an unofficial there this past weekend, which shout out Tennessee. They're like one of 3 programs that actually makes an effort to host kids on visits in May and for unofficial visits, which I think is a great strategy because if they're in drivable distance, can make it in, you get them one more time on an unofficial before they start the OVs. And then they also have Braden Rouse's last OV date, the June 20th through 22nd weekend. So Tennessee, they'll be tough to beat there. The whole Nico Iamaleava saga from start to finish, they have shown they will play ball when it comes to NIL, but some stuff, they're not gonna deal with. But Rouse, Xavier Griffin, Ely, those are 3 really big NIL recruitments. And then I think the most recent name to know is Bo Jandro out of Arizona, 3-star linebacker. He has official visits to Oregon State, Oregon, Washington, Oklahoma, and Texas, I believe, are the 5. Has a twin brother named Nico Jandro that actually committed to play safety at Oklahoma the day after Texas offered the brother who plays linebacker. So Oklahoma's kind of looked at as, the most likely spot there. It is a recent recruitment in the way that he's picked up a lot of these offers this spring and in the last few months. So I don't think Texas getting in late is really going to hurt them. More so it'll be the fact that his twin brother's committed to Oklahoma. Are these twins really going to go play, for 2 of the biggest rivals in all college football? Probably not. So very curious to see what will happen. Again, they want 3 linebackers. Feel great about Kosi Akpala's chances, but man, it's going to be a puzzle figuring out who the other 2 takes or be. I also think there is a shot that that there could be a late riser or a senior sleeper that comes up on the radar in the fall, and they offer him. You got to remember, Texas, they made a late run at Kellen Wiley, the linebacker out of Armwood, Florida, right before signing day. He's expected to commit to Texas and sign. And then we hop on his Instagram live stream the morning of signing day. He's got on a zip-up jacket. The zipper is open. You see a Miami shirt. Start texting our Miami site guy like, yo, is Kellen Wiley doing a bad job trolling, or is this actually going to be Miami? 2 minutes later, I just found out it's going to be Miami, and that's how it happened. So they pulled it out at the end, but, I mean, Texas, they were looking to sign 3 linebackers this past cycle, only ended up with 2. They're going to need a hit on that position, this year, especially because Anthony Hill, it's his last year in Austin.
Yeah,
the first round pick. Leon Lafau, Brad Spence, both likely year 4 players that'll be back in 2026. But, I mean, after that, you have Ty Anthony Smith, Bo Barnes. I really like that rotation of 4 guys. But, man, Jonathan Cunningham has spent time in the nickels room and the safeties room this fall because he showed up at 180 pounds. I think he'll probably end up with a similar career arc to Mo Blackwell, a lot of special teams. But true linebacking, I don't know if long-term that's where he'll be able to stay. So, you did sign 2 linebackers last year. Might end up only being 1 in about a year or 2 or 3. So this is a very, very, very important year for linebacker recruiting under Johnny Nansen.
Agreed. I had a question, and this is something that we thought of when Dwayne Q was rehired at Texas in January or early February, or whenever that was. He's not a young man. I believe he's 68 or right at 70. He's been in the game a whole long time, and that is what is standing out to recruits, not the age. It's pretty clear that he's not disliked at Texas, and that recruits receive him very well. And him being able to team up with Mark Orphy, I think, has really been a big thing. Where they split all of the secondary offers. Just because someone's a cornerback doesn't mean they're definitely getting recruited by Orphy or safety for Akina. It's a little bit of everything, and I think it has not been an issue. Just from the few that we've talked to, Samari Matthews is one. I actually mentioned that the first time we talked. Said your potential position coach is not a young man. What do you think of that? And he, at that point had learned a good amount about Akina and what he's done in the last 30, 40 years. And I think they've really been able to show off the resume very well. They've been able to show off that, he's not some poor elderly man. I mean, he's out there screaming and yelling at practice every day. And that's the image that he brings off.
Yeah, and the way that Texas defensive back recruiting is kind of structured now, Mark Orphy, Kenoto Hudson, they're the guys that are going to go to South Carolina to go see, or North Carolina to go see Samari Matthews. They're the guys who are going to go to Florida to go see Justice Fitzpatrick. They're going to hit the road. They're going to get on the planes. And they're going to be the main guys who are on the phone at 11:30 at night, the night before signing day, trying to talk, commit out and whatnot. They're the main recruiting guys. Akina is kind of like, I don't want to say their boss, but is kind of looking over the whole department almost. He has an influence on everything in the secondary. Yes, Antoine, we discussed Paris Melvin to open the show. You'll have to go back. We'll hit on him some. But Akina, basically his structure in the DB recruiting picture is these guys come on campus. They're walking off and go, hey, that's Dwayne Akina. You see all this stuff on the walls? Yeah, he did that. And he basically, I'm Dwayne Akina. Here's all this 2000 footage from 20 years ago of like 10 different NFL DBs in practice versus like 6 NFL receivers. Watch what I taught them. This is how he looked when he came in 2002. This is how he looked when he got drafted in 2006. Like stuff like that. And kind of the closer to some degree. They're going to use his influence, his resume, his track record to kind of close the deal and, why you should come to Texas. And, he is an older guy. I think it's the right strategy. It's not like his age is preventing him from going on the recruiting trail. I think he could do that if it came to it. But I do think it's a good thing. It's kind of similar to how Pete Kwiatkowski, even when he had the edge coach title last year, like never went on the road. Like PK, I don't think ever went to Duncanville to see Colin Simmons because he was the defensive coordinator and was very hands-off recruiting. And Jeff Banks or other coaches would step it up for the edge coaches because that was before Alan Clark. But that's kind of the DB recruiting structure, and I think it's been very successful this far. I think they'll have a great secondary class, and
every great college football program needs a Godfather type figure.
Yes,
and I think that's what Dwayne Aquina is. You need the elder statesman, even if it's someone Texas has it great because it's someone that's been around the school for a long time and can talk about the heyday. Because there's a big difference from Steve Sarkisian and your average positional coach saying, look at this place, look at the championships that have been won here, look at the prestige. Yes, Texas is on a very good swing right now, the last 2 years, 3 years. Yes, there's excitement around the program. Now you actually have someone that was here for a national championship, and you have someone, these players that you talk about, when you talk about Vince and Ricky, I think he was, first couple of years were with Ricky.
Last year.
Yeah, a couple, Huff, Earl Thomas. Like, when you start talking about the players that these prospects look up to that went to Texas, you now have someone that was on the staff and worked with them. And like I said, he's just kind of that Godfather type, addition.
Yeah, and one guy I forgot to mention, too, that actually is very important to the DB recruiting structure, at least when it comes to visits, is Michael Huff. I think he has, assistant director of player development or maybe a player personnel title now. They've kind of changed his title a few times over the years, but he's done effectively the same job where, kind of a DB assistant coach, kind of just a mentor figure that other players can come to talk to or discuss problems with, stuff like that. But as Aquina has come back, he's starting to meet and talk with some of these players and, also kind of help just answer questions I was one of the, first-round picks that played here for Aquina, got developed under him, and then went and played in the NFL for a long time. What do you want to ask me about it? You should do the same thing. It's kind of like that. So very, I think, well-oiled machine over there when it comes to defensive back recruiting. I talked a lot about it after Miami Riley committed. I think the current DB staff is doing a much better job in recruiting, evaluating, scouting, and not leaving any meat on the bone compared to what Gideon and Joseph were doing. Not that they were doing a bad job. I just think it is a more organized approach and a better approach this time around. Woodcrest, I'm going to save this one. It is a long story, but long story short, Devin Sanchez did not want to play for Terry Joseph. He wanted to commit early. He wanted to go somewhere he knew he would get developed. And around the timeline of when Sanchez was committing, Texas was not where they were currently with defensive back stuff.
Yeah.
They just weren't. So Ohio State also went all in on him from the jump. And they were – his dad is a very intense person, Mr. Sanchez, played at UTEP. And Devin had two other brothers that played college football too. Now, they went to Fort Bend Marshall, but they played college football. It wasn't their first rodeo. And both of his parents were athletes. So when they were taking these visits, his dad was asking very personal questions about the coach's life. What exactly is the plan here? I know he's a sophomore and y'all probably didn't discuss, the actual pitch, but we want to know because we want to commit early. And Ryan Day and the rest of that staff, Tim Walton, were unfazed, never batted an eye to any question. And that is straight from Daniel Sanchez's mouth when I watched Devin train last May. It was all about all these – they said they go on these visits and these college coaches would be like, and then say some BS sentence that didn't even make sense. And that went a long way with them for Ohio State. And, they have a corner drafted almost every year. Tim Walton coached in the NFL for a long time, has had multiple first-round picks. You cannot fault the kid at all for going to Ohio State. So That's kind of that. He also didn't really look at A&M because A&M was after the whole Denver Harris thing. A&M like didn't sniff North Shore or step foot on North Shore's campus for like 2 years, so they didn't even offer Devin Sanchez till like I think it was like 6 months before he committed as like a junior. And when they did offer, they sent out like 3 coaches to the North Shore and basically like, hey, we're sorry, we apologize. Just this dynamic, we didn't know how to handle it. And I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. But 2 guys I want to talk about. Talked to a source in DFW recently. Zayden Krempin, the Prosper top, or actually not in the top 247 anymore. Still a 4-star though. The 4-star interior offensive line prospect out of Prosper. Very intriguing prospect, like 6'4.5", 6'4", probably about 275, 280. Doesn't have the longest arms. He's got 33.5s though, big hands, and is very versatile. Could project to every spot on the offensive line except left tackle. I think is going to be best suited as a guard or a potential center if he were to end up at Texas playing the SEC. But I do think if it ever came down to it, they needed someone to play right tackle in a pinch. He could do it. He's played tackle primarily in high school. Prosper is the school that has had this will be their first season in the last 3 years where every O-line starter isn't a kid with a Power 5 offer, as crazy as that sounds. So he's kind of been in the system, has really good track stuff, is like a 50-plus shot foot, has thrown discus very far. Discus is his best event. And over time, the recruitment, who he is the most offered prospect in the country or in the state of Texas, and it's because he's so versatile, fits all those roles. And he's also like a 10 out of 10 mental eval, great kid, very smart, very well spoken. And his top 4 is Texas, Texas A&M, Michigan, and LSU. In talking with a source up near Prosper, I'm told Texas and LSU are setting the pace right now, which is very notable because Texas, they have always been on the top 5 or top 10. They've always been in the picture. He's always visited, and he's always said good things on record. But when you go out to Prosper, a lot of times it's, hey, like, what is Kyle Flood doing? I'm like, what do you mean? He barely hits us up, barely talks to us. Like Brad Davis from LSU was calling us 5 times a week. I'm like, well, is Duron Gatewood or any of the other coaches? They're like, yeah, but, Flood is not communicating as much. A lot of it is Jake Majors. Jake Majors was calling Zayden Krempin's father like 4 or 5 times a week, and still to this day, I believe, is doing that. I know during the offseason he was, but now NFL OTAs probably, that's calmed down a little. But like Kyle Flood does with every recruitment, start off slow. When it comes down to OB time, he's turning it up, and they're talking every single day. Kyle Flood and Zayden Krempin talk on the phone every single day. He also went out to Prosper 2, if not 3 times this spring. Saw him every chance he was able to, and like they're really applying a lot of pressure there, and it's being reciprocated well. So Texas, LSU, they're the ones to watch. LSU and Krempin are very interesting to me because, he's a kid from Prosper. It's just kind of a very different world going from Prosper to Baton Rouge and LSU. But hey, it's Brad Davis, the LSU line coach. He's done a really good job relationship building and just earning trust from the family. And it's likely the recruitment will come down to those 2. Michigan and A&M, the other 2 schools in the top 4, they're going to get OVs, but they're really going to have to hit the OV out of the park to land them. So watch out for Texas and LSU. And then lastly, there's one more kid at Prosper. Texas is recruiting pretty hard. Big name, probably going to mess this up. Mikey Bukakis.
Bukakis. I'm going to say Bukakis.
Bukakis. The Prosper punter. I believe is ranked as the number 2 punter in the country. Texas offered in May. He's going to officially visit in early June 6 through 8. Would expect him to commit on that visit. I'm told this is very close to being a done deal. Would not be shocked if he posted a commitment edit before. The only reason the punter is a position that's being recruited this year is because Michael Kern didn't want to sit on the bench for a year and learn under Bowmeister. He went in the portal, got paid at Cal. But with Bowmeister only having 1 season that of eligibility, another scholarship punter was needed, and they went and got him. Nice try, Jake Bayless. I'm not going for that. But he'll be there at Texas, the same official visit weekend as his potential deep snapper, Trot O'Neill. So
yeah, it's
some
going to be a
specialist scoop right there.
There could be a kicker as well. We saw Texas.
I don't know.
Be there, Jordan. I think we may have lost Jordan. But yeah, it's going to be a big specialist class from Texas this year. Trot O'Neill at long snapper, Mikey Bukakis at punter. They already swung and missed on Gaston Gramatica, legacy kicker out of Florida. He committed to USF a couple of weeks ago. But I still think we'll see a kicker in this 2026 class. So looking forward to it. We've got Jordan. Oh my God, we've got 2 Jordans.
Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what happened. My Wi-Fi just crashed, I'm pretty sure though. But yeah, where are we closing it out?
I think as we always do with some hoops.
Actually, real quick. Woodcrest. I wish I could give the actual reason, but I think Texas PR would be knocking on my door within 30 minutes if I did. I'll probably have a book one day, decades from now. The real answer will be in there. But long story short, parents did not mesh very well with Johnny Nansen, and there was also some miscommunication on the official visit, and Texas definitely could have done things better. Looking back, I think it was probably one of their bigger regrets of the cycle. Just some lazy stuff that definitely could have been better. And I think Pettijohn, he was kind of trending away from Texas a bit going into the OV, but once the OV experience happened, they left the Texas OV knowing of the schools in the top 4, Texas A&M, Texas, USC, and Ohio State. Leaving the Texas OV, they knew, hey, that's the one we're not going to. So Texas basically bombed the OV. That's the best way to sum it up, but he was trending away a little before that. So, yeah. But, hey, NBA playoffs, Campman embarrassing us in our fandom. But, hey, the Halaban coming to New York tonight. What do we think?
I'm disappointed in the Minnesota series. I think that one's toast. I think there's just no way that Minnesota is able to take 2 in OKC, let alone 1. I think this one's probably done in 5. Really interested to see where Minnesota goes after this year, because I don't think there's really more room for improvement. Yeah, you have some young guys like Terrence Shannon, who's looked good. You got Rob Dillingham, but it's a team it's definitely have to retool. The Knicks series, I just have no idea what's going to happen. And I think that's what makes this peak basketball. I turned the game off on Sunday. I was out watching it somewhere. I didn't turn it off, but I left and didn't look at the score or anything until there were about 4 minutes left. And all of a sudden the Knicks are up after being down by 20. So like I said, this is just real fun basketball where you can be up 10 with a minute. You can be down 20 with 6 minutes, something you don't get to see happen in 2-3 games in a row. And now that's just kind of the pace that's been set. No lead is safe, even in, the dying seconds.
Yep. Hey, NBA now in 2025, that's what it is. Don't really have anything else. Just saw a video on Twitter. Is Jalen Brunson a souped up Isaiah Thomas? And not Isaiah Thomas for the Pistons.
No.
I'm talking Celtics 5'7" Isaiah Thomas. No?
We're not going to have that. He's much better than Isaiah Thomas ever was.
I said souped up means better. I don't know. I'm kind of a Brunson hater. A lot of bland, boring personalities in the NBA are ones that feel fake or rehearsed, like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So we're rocking with Campman until he does something that makes it to where we can't be fans of him. Before we close it out, Woodcrest, this is not what it was. I would have said that on this show if it was, but a little more sensitive than that. But up next, the Horn Takes podcast and Occupy Left Field break down the NCAA baseball tournament bracket and preview the Longhorns' path to a College World Series. How about that? Regional back in Austin. everyone who tuned in today, Woodcrest, Antoine, Patrick, CB, Colin, Stephen Delgado, thanks so much. Everyone on podcast platforms listening to us on audio only, maybe on the drive back home while they're making dinner, something like that. Thank you so much. And, we're going to get out of here. We'll see y'all tomorrow.